Karen, are we ready to? Yes. Okay. Thank you all for attending today. I appreciate your time to be here with us, or to view online if you're online watching. I'd like to call to order the Colonial Beach Town Council work session, Wednesday, June 5th. It is 6:02 p.m. I ask everyone to silence your cell phones if you haven't already. That way we can make sure to hear everyone as they're speaking tonight, and not waste anybody's time here. Give the full attention to anybody coming up to the podium or presenting or anyone speaking for the town business. Roll call of members. All members are present. Amendments to the agenda. I only have one amendment to the agenda, and it's just to designate the closed meeting, which is for the purpose of the DEQ consent order. They are physically in town, and to set that at 8 p.m. So I'm just asking to, in the agenda, that at 8 p.m., wherever we are in the agenda, that we will take a recess and go into closed session for that so that they can get back to Richmond before midnight tonight, and then we'll resume the meeting post that. Do I have a motion to set the closed meeting at 8 p.m.?
Second.
Any further discussion on that? All in favor?
Aye.
Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
On our consent agenda, we have two sets of minutes, April 17th and May 1st. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any further questions? Okay, all in favor of the consent agenda?
Aye.
All right, council member liaison and commission reports. And we'll start with Mr. Wood on your side.
Well, it's been a busy week for Public Works. There were 8 water installs at the new construction. Repaired 9 water leaks. Ditch work continued to convey the road water from the roads. Parking lot maintenance on the gravel lots was taken care of. Lights and banners went up on boardwalk. Removal of dead trees. Of course, it's preparation for the Potomac River Festival. I will never, ever mispronounce that again. I promise. And the other thing that I would like to call your attention to, the administrator for the Westmoreland Board of Supervisors was terminated last week. We had a discussion with 5th District Supervisor Tim Tribbett. And he has asked us as a community to attend that meeting Monday at 6 p.m. so that we can demand accountability. So certainly I'll be there, and hopefully the rest of us will be as well.
Thank you. Mr. Wood?
Yeah, just a couple things. The Planning Commission, there hasn't been any meetings since our last meeting, so the Planning Commission meeting will be on the 13th of June at 5:30 p.m. And one of the big things on there that's had a lot of discussion from the community is the Maritime Resort District, or they're trying to define that. And also, one of the big things is whether RVs will be allowed as part of that or not. And then also, I just had a question for the town attorney. I guess we would ask you parliamentary questions.
Yes.
Okay, my question is for point of order. When a council member from our bylaws, it says we have to raise our hands to speak, and the mayor calls on us. And once we get the floor, we can speak until we're done speaking, correct? And then somebody else raises their hand and speaks?
Generally speaking, I think everybody has to use some discretion. Anybody should go for a half hour.
Right. I just wanted to clarify that because sometimes I feel like maybe I get interrupted and maybe others get interrupted as well. And I just feel like I wanted to clarify that we can either stand up or raise our hand, and the mayor calls on us and we speak. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Robertson?
With the Alliance of NGOs report I have in my hand, there are several of them. The BAM fundraiser this year will be an evening under the stars on Saturday, August 31st from 7 to 11. This event will include a buffet dinner by Fire Escape Grill, music by Sally and Brian and friends, with Dancing Under the Stars, adult beverages, and more. Tickets are limited and available only on the BAM site. If you need that, I have that as well. Plenty of sponsorship opportunities available as well. Just contact any BAM member or message through the website. The 73rd Annual Potomac River Festival is this weekend. The Community Foundation Building Community Raffle tickets are on sale for a chance to win $5,000 in September. You can purchase tickets on Thursday at the Farmers Market. Contact a board member or email the info at cbcolonialbeachfoundation.org. The 6th annual Northern Neck Beach Music tickets are on sale. Visit their site, which is nnbeachmusic.org for info. The foundation next Welcome to Colonial Beach meetup will be June 20th at 6 p.m. at the Riverview Inn in the courtyard. Speaker to be determined. CD Greenspace made some significant changes to the Colonial Beach Public Garden, added 2 wheelchair flower beds, 3 ADM flower beds, and for folks who aren't able to work in the low garden, removed the entrance gates to make it a bit more accessible for everyone. They added a compost bin, replaced the garden shed, and planted flowers around the border of the garden. Downtown Colonial Beach, work and planning continues toward becoming a full Main Street affiliation. Next Sip and Stroll is June 14th during Second Friday Walk. Received $60,000 from Virginia Main Street to help DCB and the town create a small area developed plan that will set the stage for the continued economic revitalization. Virginia Osprey Foundation. The Virginia Osprey Foundation will have a children's Osprey Talk and a walk with the Cooper Library on June 12th at 1. This is part of the Summer Children Program at the library. On Saturday, June 15th, we will have an Osprey Nest with cruising teepees. Planning is underway for the 3rd annual Osprey Fur Banding in late June or early July. WER is hosting the June Sip and Stroll from 6 to 9, and we'll be holding an open house in the new studio located at 116B Hawthorne Street behind Hawthorne Mercantile. All are invited to tour the studio, see the live broadcast, and learn more about what we did. And I have that link if you would like to have it. I would gladly give it to you. A little lengthy, but we got a lot going on.
Dr. Sonsali?
Good afternoon. Thanks to everyone for coming out tonight. I'm a liaison with the schools, and I attended an absolutely awesome graduation. Our students at Colonial Beach High School were exceptional. Our graduates were exceptional. I think there were 48. I'm not sure of that number, but something close to that. And all of them had made plans. They're either going into the workforce, they're going into technical college, they're going into community college, or they're going into four-year colleges. Every one of them had a plan as what they were going to do next. So I wish them a happy and healthy summer and their last bit of freedom before they go back to work. My one-on-one with Dr. Mitchell is scheduled for next Friday, so I don't have a real update from the school board, but DDOE did release the local required match that our town has to contribute to the schools, and that came out to $3,244,474, which is higher than what's in the budget that I'm looking at, that we're voting on, or that we're doing the public hearing on tonight, so that will make a difference. Just to follow up on David's question to our attorney, because the way we're seated in relationship to our mayor, we've been using our voice, saying Madam Mayor, in order to let her know that we would like to be in line to be recognized. Are we still able to do that, or do I have to stand up because she can't see my hand from here?
You can still do that. I was just pulling out the bylaws, and to just go back to your point, what the bylaws say is members may raise a hand instead of standing when seeking to obtain the floor, and may remain seated while making motions or speaking. There is no limit to the number of times a member may speak to a debatable question.
Thank you.
So I think that's fine.
One last thing that I would like to push, it's a project that I've been involved in, and I'm on the committee, the organizing committee for our third annual Juneteenth commemoration and celebration. It will be on June 19th, which is the state and federal holiday, on Town Hill. So most of our state and federal employees will have the day off. We have music, food, vendors, speakers, artists, educational and historic exhibits. If you'd like to learn more and just hear what's going on with a lot of our historical organizations, from George Washington's birthplace to Menokin to Stratford Hall, they are now acknowledging and researching and acknowledging the contributions that have been made by former enslaved people. The last thing is, we add for the Juneteenth, we give out a Youth Champions Award. And last year we gave 3. They are a monetary award. It's based on how many sponsors we have and how much money we have. But last year we were able to give each of these awards a certificate and $100. So it's kind of worth it. If you know a student who is worthy of such award, please get in touch with me. Right now, we have 1 nomination, and we're 2 weeks out from the event. So ideally, this student would be in high school, a recent graduate of high school, recent graduate of college, from the Westmoreland area, at least from the Northern Neck, and have made a contribution to their community. And that can be in any way, shape, or form, but deserving of recognition from the community. And the nomination should come from a parent, a teacher, a pastor, an adult friend. So please think about that and who we can reach out to get some more nominations for these awards. Thank you.
Ms. Brown?
Good evening. A few things in the public safety sector. First, if you have driven by the old rescue squad building, Westmoreland EMS is there full-time now, 24/7, providing us awesome advanced life support care. And the best part about it is we still have our volunteers at Colonial Beach. So it seems to be working out well so far. You may have received in the mail a Colonial Beach Volunteer Fire Department mailing asking for donations. If you can find anything to give them, I will please ask you to do so. Make a donation if you can. If you don't want to send it back, you can walk up to the fire department. If you're looking at the fire department facing the garage doors on the right, there's a mailbox slot that says donations. So super easy if you want to drop off a check or some cash. It's really highly appreciated. We are going to be getting a new fire truck, which is very needed by the end of this year, and that is upwards of $750,000. So any donations will be appreciated for the fire department. Also, I mentioned this a few meetings ago, but the volunteer fire department, Ladies Auxiliary is holding a quilt fundraiser. Again, these funds go to the fire department. If you would like to buy a raffle ticket, you can do so on Friday. You can stop by the fire department and purchase a raffle ticket for $5 or 5 raffle tickets for $20. Or you can go on Facebook, you can pay through Cash App. It's pretty easy, but again, for those citizens without social media, just stop by the fire department on Friday and the guys and gals will be there for you. And real quick, one last thing, just wanted to say thank you to our police department as usual. Always got to give them a shout out. They do a lot for us with not a lot of staffing, but they have really coordinated to make this a really safe festival weekend. I talked to the chief today. Not only will we have our favorite Colonial Beach Police helping us out this weekend and keeping everyone safe, but the chief is coordinated with Charles County Sheriff's Office. Obviously, the fire department will be there, Virginia State Police, and Westmoreland Sheriff's Office, and of course, our very own rescue squad to make it a really safe event. So if you see our law enforcement and first responders out this weekend, give them an extra hi and thank them for working overtime for us so we can all have a good time. Thank you.
Mr. Allison?
Good evening, everyone. I won't be very long today since we have a long budget thing as it is, but real estate bills are due today. So if you receive those in the mail, please make sure that you get those paid if you haven't already. If you have not received your bill and still need to get to the finance department as quick as possible. Also, I want to let everyone that we have the second annual alumni softball game on June 15th from 6 p.m. to 9 p.m. It is a $5 cash admission for non-players. So if you'd like to see a bunch of alumni softball going on, please make sure you attend that, and I'm sure you'll see me on the grill like normal. Thank you.
And I will be on the field.
Madam Mayor, one quick alibi.
Sure.
Quick alibi, neighborhood watch meeting at the police station. The next one will be June 27th, 5:30 p.m. It's always the fourth Thursday of the month. Thank you.
I just have a few announcements. First, I just wanted to again thank the American Legion for hosting the Memorial Day service. I really, it was very well attended, even though it was a heavy threat of rain and they ended up having to move it from the Cannon into the Legion. I was just glad to be there and I appreciated everyone's attendance at that. Also attended graduation. Another shout out, a second to the police department. My business door had been blown open by the wind. They had multiple people contact me as they did their regular door checks for businesses. So if you have a business in town, you may know the PD does a door check for you at night, and they did their door check and found the art wall flyers blown, but it was just the wind. It was no issue, but I just appreciate the responsiveness for that and thank you and checking in on all of us. I know we're doing it for everybody. So. Save the Bay Day was last Saturday. It was one of the best ones we've had since we started. Over 500 pounds of trash were picked up of our shorelines, streets, the bike path, Food Lion, 205, all over town. A big shout out to the Girl Scout troop and the Colonial Beach Baptist Church youth group who showed out in droves. Over 70, almost 70 volunteers, and it's just a great event where we get cleaned up ahead of Potomac River Festival, because then unfortunately quite a bit of trash can come with that event, but we're looking kind of our best right before that. This year is, and every year this event is really important in town. I just appreciate all the volunteers that come out to help us with that. Now, next Wednesday, I will be attending a special event at Fleet Week with Admiral Lepore. And so we'll report back on that. We'll be going to Baltimore and representing the town of Colonial Beach among a lot of senior leadership there. So I hope to also make some additional connections with the Army Corps of Engineers through that process, because they're working on our North Beach shoreline project. I would just want to give a shout out to, we have Potomac River Festival coming up, but then following that, the following weekend is the Father's Day Car Show, and it's always a very good showing, so just make sure to people keep that in their books. And I can't wait to see everybody this weekend for the loudest parade on the eastern seaboard, I like to think. And all of the other parades, the land parade on Saturday, there's pet parade, and the Miss Colonial Beach contest and the boat parade. Oh, I can't miss the boat parade, for sure. So anyway, we have a wonderful weekend to look forward to, and I know it takes a lot of volunteers, and I appreciate the people that coordinate and work really hard to keep that going. All right, that's all I have. Do we have any presentations? Keep moving forward. All right, next up is public comment.
First up, I have Mr. Trivett.
Okay, sure. Supervisor Trivett, you wanna come up? You're on our regular agenda meeting. Did he sign up?
He asked to be put on the list.
Oh, I did?
Oh.
Thank you. Then I'll keep it very brief, but I know I called you today and I could have told you that, but I don't remember. I've had a busy week
Well, welcome.
and I
We
can't talk
appreciate
very
it.
well. So it's, my wife left and went to Virginia Beach because she's sick of hearing me talk about the events that have occurred in the county in the last week. So she's better off than I am. It's very stressful. A couple things I want to tell you, and Ms. Brown touched on it. The MOU between the town rescue squad and the county was signed on May 13th by the chairman of our board as well as the president of the rescue squad. They stood up yesterday, actually, June 3rd, I think that was yesterday, when they were actually going to be there 24 hours a day. Things are running pretty smooth. We've already seen an increase in times on the fire calls that I've been at where they were there before we were, which is very unusual. So I think it's going to be a great thing, but I'd be remiss if I didn't tell you I'm a little worried about it. So hopefully we will continue down that path. As Mr. Wood stated, that meeting is Monday night at the Board of Supervisors. I'll just tell you this, and the citizens of Colonial Beach, your voice was not heard. And that's the unfortunate thing. I would rather people to tell me that they don't like the administrator and they think I ought to support one way or the other than not to have that opportunity at all. And unfortunately, I didn't even have that opportunity, as well as Matt Ingram, who represents the 3rd district. So, I went to a meeting, the county administrator was fired. I was at that meeting, but I had nothing to say or couldn't ask questions or do anything. So there's more coming down the road about that. So I suspect. But anyway, unless anybody's got any questions for me, I was just trying to think if there was anything else that, without going over 3 minutes and making it short, that I could say tonight. But I hope that I'll have your support at that meeting on Monday night. And I imagine there's going to be a lot of people there because it's gotten a lot of attention. But I will say on Mr. Prescott's behalf, he came to so many meetings that we've had here, your town council meetings, economic development meetings, planning meetings. I mean, he was all over the county, not just in Colonial Beach, and I think that might have upset a few people, because we know how our town has been ignored for many, many years. And I was told that night that we wouldn't be hiring back the former county administrator. The very next night, we hired back the former county administrator. So we'll see where that goes. I'm gonna leave it at that because I've been threatened to be sued if I talk about him or anything. So I'm gonna be very careful what I say. But if it's in print, then I don't mind saying it or confirming it if it's something that I don't know about. Any questions any of you have? I know it's public comment, but I'll be glad to answer any questions you have. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Thank you for highlighting this issue. One more thing.
I just thought of one more thing. I'm going to attend a meeting on the 12th, the school board meeting. I'm going to make a recommendation, which is the recommendation I made before I went off of the school board, that we named and I'm probably not supposed to be telling all this because I haven't sat in front of school board yet. But anyway, I'm going to recommend that we name the new school board office after Charles Garland. He was our first African-American mayor. He took over from Ernie Fenwick, who died in office. And there's a lot of things to say about him, and I'll have several things to say about him. I remember him when I was a child and how meek he was. He had the tailor shop, as many of us know, that's been here for years and years. What I didn't know about him, though, is that he worked at Dalgar for about 32 years. I didn't know that. And so I learned some things just digging into history of Mr. Garland, and I just remember him being just a calm, cool person that was very easygoing and very respected, I think, in this community. And so I hope that they will consider naming that school board office after him whenever they do name it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I was just wondering, are there any updates on the budget? Is the next meeting where they go back through and hash out the numbers and stuff?
The only thing I can tell you on the budget is evidently, from what I understand, we're back to square one. Mr. Prescott had numerous budgets that he presented to us, even though there's been statements that we didn't have any budget from him. We did many meetings on that budget. I don't know who's going to work this magic. I'm not in favor of raising taxes, just so the people in this town know that. We were given a budget showing if all the constitutional officers and all the department heads were given what they've needed for many years, it would have been raised 17 cents. That was the number that it was set at, but we know, just like you know, that's, you have to set it somewhere and then you can always come down. The last budget I saw was 9 cents. And I don't know what's going to come out of all this or where the money's going to come from or where they're at. There's only one board member that's been allowed to participate in what's going on now, to my knowledge, and that's Jeff McCormick from the second district. And I don't know, I asked him how he was participating, nobody else, as well as the county, but that's who's participating in meeting on it. And so I guess we'll learn together what's going to come, because I don't suspect I will know anything until I get there that night and they'll put it down in front of us and, want us to vote on it. Okay?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Nigel Long.
I'm sure if I can follow that.
Welcome, Mr. Long.
Nigel Long, 115 Lynn Haven Court. Let me say, first of all, our budget process is so much more transparent than what I've seen going on in Westmoreland County. You should all be proud of how you're handling it by comparison, if I'm allowed to say that. I am a little bit confused about one thing on the agenda, which is that you are going to set the tax rates before you approve the budget. That seems strange to me that the two things are that way around. But not to dwell on that, I've spoken previously on how I think taxation should be applied. I sincerely hope that you have all looked at every line item, I'm sure you have, on the budget and will be paring everything down to the minimum that is necessary to continue the town running at the good level it's been at. I had a suggestion on the meals tax. And it's really in respect of the members of this town, our community. Could you consider, depending on how the numbers work out within the budget, actually reducing the meals tax during the winter so that October to April, you stick with the current meals tax that you have, allow residents, who are the ones who will primarily be spending money in the town, I think, during that period, to enjoy, is that the right word, that lower tax rate, and have a higher rate during the summer. And maybe that's something you can't decide tonight because you need to decide how the revenues are coming in during the following quarter, but maybe it's something you could take on board to consider to help us suffer less from this increased tax rate and to have it perhaps coincide with the restaurant week that's celebrated in October. That was my suggestion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Long.
Next up is Vicki Enos.
Welcome, Vicki.
It's Vicki Enos.
Enos?
Yeah,
Sorry.
I know it. It's, yeah. Hi, Vicki Enos. We've moved here from Northern Virginia in '98. I live on Monroe Bay Avenue. We've seen a lot of changes in town, mostly good. I'm here to just support what you had just brought up about the meals tax and the lodging tax. I don't usually speak up on these things, but based on my experience, I was a realtor for years in Northern Virginia, grew up in Fairfax County, and then ran a very successful business for the past 12 years in King George. And I know my opinion really doesn't matter, but based on my experience, all I can say is be very careful with these taxes that you're talking about. And I understand it. I've worked with budgets, I understand all that. But I've talked to a lot of people in town that cannot afford to take their family out to dinner now, because of all the prices of everything that have gone up. It's so sad. And my experience as a realtor years ago in the town of Fairfax, where I grew up, it got so expensive that it really ran the families that were there for generations. It ran them out of town. They couldn't afford it. All the rich people moved in and took over. I saw that in Clifton. And I just think that you have to look, not just now, but down the road, what is this gonna affect? And then somebody keeps bringing up about resurrecting the boat tax. I think that would be the worst thing that you could possibly do, because at least the boaters, they're here, they spend their money in the shops, the restaurants. A lot of them come down on the weekends, they don't even live here. But they spend their money here, they're constant revenue, month after month. We're a 3 or 4 month town, basically. So I just felt I had to speak about this because I've seen the other side and it's not pretty. And it would be very, very sad. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Alan Griffey,
Welcome, Mr. Griffey.
Hello, Council. Alan Griffey, 157 Shellfield Lane. I just wanted to come by and give you an update on the mobile vending court program.
Can you get a little closer to the mic? My hearing's going.
Okay, a little update on mobile vending. Many of you already know because you've all touched this issue over the last number of months. As of yesterday, we received our final approval for phase 1. And we have 2 vendors that'll be there starting Saturday morning. And we're real excited about that. Just want to thank everyone that was involved, from planning staff, of course, Public Works, Council, Planning Commission, and our town manager for helping us push it over the finish line, as we would say. And look forward to seeing you all there on Saturday.
Which vendors, where are they vending?
We will be Mike Whalen with the shaved ice, and we'll have one other vendor. We were approved to phase this in, and we can only have 2 vendors there. And the second vendor will be waffle cones and that sort of thing, mostly desserts.
Okay.
But it's a start, and we've got our work ahead of us because we were given a schedule to move into the next phase, so that hopefully by November we'll have everything in place and look really nice. But thank you all for your efforts on our behalf.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Kelly Woods Vaughn,
Welcome, Ms. Byrne.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor and Town Council members. I am Kelly Woods Vaughn of 2 Kettle Bottom Drive, owner of the Riverview Inn on 24 Hawthorne Street. After our last Town Council meeting, increasing our food and lodging tax was quite a hot topic. I visited over 50 businesses, talking with them about the proposed increases and the challenges that they are facing, and here's what I learned. Our businesses are small family owned. These people show up every day and give their best. Some work at a full-time job and have a business here in town. They hire and bring jobs to our communities. They love this community. Everyone puts money back into the community by supporting events, shopping and dining, supporting our schools, and creating a phenomenal culture of community and businesses, not just for our residents, but our visitors and guests. They are made up of smart entrepreneurial influencers that can help with problem solving and drive change. They know how to tighten the budget and when to expand. They plan, strategize, and look to the future. These are all dynamics of a strong and positive small business community. Remember, thriving small businesses create thriving communities. When they succeed, there are more jobs. Citizens in turn can afford to shop locally. Neighborhoods and schools get better. Quality of life improves across the board. That attracts more people to move into a community and more small businesses to invest in. It's a virtuous cycle. Increasing costs that keep us from being competitive is a negative and keeps us from growing. Now let's talk about tourism, lodging, and restaurants. I spent time reading reports by travel industry readers. The forecasted numbers for travel in 2024 show increases, but international and business travel is expected to grow, and it is still very slow, and that is not our market. In fact, some reports show it will be 2026 before we excel in travel. While many Americans plan to travel within the U.S., numbers are still below 2019. About 15% have canceled their travel due to the rise in costs. In the past 10 years, we have grown as a community. All of our businesses survived COVID. We learned to pivot in our day-to-day. Our community was blessed because we fit the need for those in and coming out of COVID. We had the outside, the beaches, and a small town appeal. That increase in food and lodging exceeded anything and everything that was expected. That has now changed. We have over 20 restaurants, which include a coffee shop and 2 breweries. We have 5 hotels, which consist of inns and B&Bs. Last count on STRs, which is a organization that collects data in lodging. I think there are about 150 short-term rentals that we have here in town. Why would you increase lodging by 3 or 4% and food by only 2%? Lodging takes a hit during the winter months. Raising taxes across the board by 1% or 2% is understandable, and I don't think that we would push back on that too much. But 4% puts us above Northern Virginia. It takes away from us being competitive in the market that we are in. It is a disadvantage. We are the place to come if you're visiting Montrose and Old King George. Other than Dahlgren, we are it for lodging. Operating a budget on income that is volatile is not equitable, and we are volatile. That money is never going to be a sure bet from year to year. Our reservations across the board this year are down by 50%. I spoke with someone last night at Stratford Hall, they're down 55%. When I look at other communities, real estate and property taxes fund an operating budget for localities, and I ask that you reconsider these tax increases that were submitted by staff and say no. Thank you.
Next up is Miss Maggie Sanford.
Welcome, Ms. Sanders.
All right, Maggie Sanford, 110 Azalea Road. I'm just gonna continue talking about budget and tax increases. So once I actually was able to find the upcoming budget line by line, I had a couple of questions and concerns really, mainly under the town manager's line item, where the salaries and wages is over $200,000. Part-time is $69,000, and then travel is $9,000. I don't know where you're going or where you're staying, but if you're trying to raise taxes, really think about your line items before you try and come asking us for more money. Yeah, you have, I think, 5 positions posted right now. An assistant town manager, where the base pay is $68,000 up to $122,000, but your detective position is $51,000 to $54,000, and then patrol is $48,000 to $49,000. And then community development and zoning planner, which we desperately need, is only a base of $34,000 to $61,000. So somehow with this rate study that y'all did, you left the town manager out and you are still not hitting the mark. And so don't come to us trying to raise taxes when there's places that money can be cut. That's all. Thank you.
Next is David Lipshaw.
Welcome, Dave.
David Lipshaw, 21 William Street. I'm representing the chamber, and I also have several businesses in town. Good evening, everyone. Madam Mayor, just for clarification, there is confusion on these tax rates. What is the proposed tax rate for meals and lodging?
So I think it was advertised at 4 and 2, but we have not set any rate until we get to that line item in the budget, or
Okay.
into the business line.
All right, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll discuss it as that's what it's going to be, but I understand what you're saying.
Sure.
Okay. I want to address two reasons why this tax hike is concerning. One is its impact on tourism overall, right? The other is that the additional revenues generated will not be allocated to tourism or tourist-related activities, which is contrary to the practices we see in other localities. So I went through and looked how other towns do it, and I know we can't really compare to other towns like Virginia Beach and Ocean City, and I even looked at like a small beach in Florida, Destin. But they all had something in common, and that was, and I'll just go to Ocean City, for example. Ocean City directs its transient tax revenue towards a variety of tourism-related purposes, including beach replenishment projects, boardwalk maintenance, and funding the Ocean City Department of Tourism. The tax also supports special events, festivals, and marketing efforts aimed at attracting more visitors to the area. And that's across the board with all towns for the transient tax. And meals tax is transient to some degree, as we know. So let's look at some other destinations. Alexandria is 6.5% on lodging. So we're talking about doing 9%, and they're 5% on meals. And we're talking doing 7%. Loudoun County, the wealthiest county in America, is 8% on lodging, 3.5% on meals. Fredericksburg is 8 and 6. Richmond is 8, 7.5. Dahlgren is 5 and 4. If you've been eating Dahlgren, they're a lot lower. I think we're going to lose potential people at their restaurants and lodging. They have a lot of lodging. They have 6 chain hotels. Now, if we look at the beach towns, so Virginia Beach is 9% on lodging, 5.5 on meals. Chesapeake Beach is 8 on lodging, 6 on meals. Cape Charles is 4 on lodging, 5.5 on meals. Ocean City is 5 on lodging, 5 on meals, and Rehoboth is 3 on lodging and 0 on meals. Again, you are proposing 9% and 7%. So as Kelly was saying, we are experiencing a significant downward trend in reservations in 2024, with a drop as steep as 52%, despite increased marketing efforts by the chamber and businesses. With third-party marketing sites like Airbnb and Vrbo required to show the total costs, including taxes, this proposed increase will only harm our competitive advantage as a value-driven destination. Consider the current meals and lodging tax revenue for 2024, even with the new restaurants that have opened recently. It's a clear economic indicator of where we are headed, and a tax increase will only negatively impact it. We have over 50 businesses in town that have signed this form that are in opposition of this tax increase, and I will leave this here with you. And this represents a large amount of our lodging and restaurants. So I definitely want to leave that with you to look at before you take a vote. These businesses are often family-owned and operated, and they are your constituents who support the local community and bring tourism dollars into town. How can this request be denied? Colonial Beach is a value-driven destination. We don't have the same attractions as larger towns, beach towns, but we provide an affordable option for budget-conscious travelers. Increasing transient and meals taxes will only hurt tourism in the long run. Once word spreads that our taxes are higher than those of neighboring towns and beach towns, it will have a lasting negative effect. In the town's proposed budget overview, the town staff suggested the increase cited in the Davenport report on page 9. However, how can this report claim that this ensures recurring revenues cover recurring expenditures when the transient tax revenue will likely decrease due to reduced tourism caused by the tax increase itself. There are better ways to address the budget shortfall, and I know we got to balance the budget. We should be encouraging new business to come to town, working together as NGOs and DMOs to provide opportunities for them to flourish. Lower tax rates will attract new business and patrons to those businesses. The Chamber is ready to collaborate with the town to provide resources to drive new business, thus creating additional tax revenues. For the sake of our business members of the Chamber of Commerce and the businesses in town, council members, if you vote in favor of this tax increase, I just ask that you please state why you support diverting transient tax revenue to operating expenses that are not related to tourism. And that's what this amounts to. Thank you, I appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Next up is Tony DeMonte.
Welcome, Tony.
Hello. Okay, I'm probably going to get booed, kicked out of here for what I'm about to say. About the lodging and food tax. And here's the bottom line. The alternative to not raising that tax is raising property taxes. Okay? The transient tax, the meal tax does not cost the business anything. The customer pays that. All the businesses do is pass that on to the town. If there's a property increase in property tax or personal property tax, that's coming right off their bottom line. So we've got to consider both sides. I don't know how many people, when you go somewhere, check before you go to see how much the lodging tax percentage is or the rate of meal taxes before you go touristing. You know, I might look at the receipt when I get it and say, holy shit, that's a lot. Okay, but I don't look at it before I go. And I ask you, how many of you do research before you go somewhere? Nobody. Okay, and I feel for the business people. I understand what they're saying, but they're speculating that tourism is going to fall off, that business is going to fall off. The reality is, if next year, if you all can't get your spending under control, we're facing a property tax increase and nobody's going to tell me any different. And that will affect the business's bottom line right off the bat. Okay, customers don't pay for that. Well, they will in higher food prices, meal prices and stuff. So you got to consider, maybe your percentages are too high. That may be a beef right there. Like I said, 1 or 2%, 3% doesn't hurt. But we got to consider the alternatives. And that's what I've got to say. I don't have a business anymore. Okay, I got rid of my short-term rental. But I do go out to restaurants here. You know, I don't stay in hotels here anymore. I used to. But the other side our businesses have to realize is they have a sort of a monopoly here. There is nothing that is conveniently close to this town for people to go eat or go stay. So they theoretically have a kind of a monopoly. So we heard all this, oh, this is going to hurt tourism, this is going to hurt business, when you talked about the paid parking. And you know what? The parking spaces are full every day during the summer, especially on the weekends. Paid parking didn't hurt tourism. And if anybody, that's a $20 a day deal, not 50 cents on your food bill or your lodging bill. That's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Oh, the other thing is, I don't condone any tax increase.
Thank you for that.
I have a few email comments for general public comment, and then the signed things from the Colonial Beach Chamber of Commerce. I don't know if you want me to go through and read the names that have signed these forms.
Was that the, ones who've already emailed to us?
Well, a lot of these are newer that I
Okay.
haven't seen, and then there was, if I emailed you, if I forwarded 2 emails from Bob Swink, then yes.
Yes, you did forward those emails.
Okay, and then the new ones that were just submitted by Mr. Lishaw. So it's up to you. You want me to read off all of the names?
Yeah, it's a generic form, we've seen the form, it's a check, yes or no, put your name in.
Well,
contact
it's all,
information.
if they signed it, they're not in support of the tax.
Correct, right, I understand.
So you're just asking if we want to hear who signed it?
Yes,
I'd like to hear who signed it.
Yeah, it's fine.
okay. Then I'll do, you want me to do the people who signed first, or the general comments that were submitted?
General comment,
Okay, and then we'll do the signing last.
perfect.
Okay. All right, the first one is from Mr. Kelly. He says, I'm writing to request that town council reject ordinance number 761 relating to the increasing of the lodging and meals tax. I see that staff stated that the rate hasn't increased in 10 years. This is a data point and not a justification for a tax increase. Here's another data point. The proposed rate increase reflects a 40% increase in the meals tax and an 80% increase in the lodging tax. Last year, about 16% of town revenue was related to tourism. And now staff recommends that we squeeze more money from our residents, guests, and tourists. Higher tax rates are a disincentive to business growth. If the town fosters more business growth, additional tax revenue will surely follow. There is no need to increase these tax rates at this time. Please don't balance the town's budget on the back of the local businesses. I recommend that council send a business-friendly message and not increase these taxes. Please remember that businesses also pay real estate taxes just like everyone else. Thanks for your consideration on my comments, Joe Kelly. The next one's for Mr. Will Knuckles. It says, a number of my comments relate to issues raised at the prior town council meetings in May, and others relate to items not covered in the public hearing sessions today. Thank you to Councilmember Karen Self-Sullivan for her insistence that all members, including the mayor, clearly indicate whether they vote for, against, or abstain from each and every vote that comes before the town council. I hope that this and other procedural norms are adhered to going forward. Your constituents deserve to know where you stand. Number 2, while my substantive comments at the public hearing remain a concern, today my concerns continue to center around the fixation on raising tax rates on any income stream for the town prior to setting a budget for the following year. Unless your position is that raising these rates will be an overall positive impact to the town, irrespective of whether we need the funds or not, a proposal, much less a vote, to raise taxes when you haven't come to an agreement on what you're planning to fund is completely backward and fails the test of common sense planning. The staff report that begins with, we need to generate enough revenue to match increased expenditures to balance the FY 2025 budget, assumes that everything within the town manager's budget proposal will pass as is. And that assumption is without basis unless one assumes that meetings out of the public view have occurred between town council and the town manager that determined that the 2025 budget is already a done deal. Number 3, draft ordinance number 762, zoning text amendment 2402, amends Article 13, parking. I have a number of comments and questions that relate to the language of proposed revisions, as well as questions about items related to parking that seem to be omitted from the proposed changes in the code. And I will happily present them at a public hearing. But as the item before the town council today is setting the date for a public hearing, given the crucial work that remains to be done on the town budget, I ask that a public hearing on the zoning text amendment be delayed until at least July. so that the town council can focus on issues of greater importance to the community in the near term. Number 4, conditional use permit application 2401. While my prior statement of the importance of focusing on issues of greatest importance to the town remain, this CUP proposal appears to be a non-controversial proposal which should be able to be slotted within upcoming town council meetings, and I would not object to moving this forward to a public hearing. Number 5, pedestrian safety concerns for Castlewood Beach and parking. Outside of any specific council member Williams intends to present, this topic raises a broader concern that I have about the lack of a pedestrian, golf cart, and bicycle transportation plan for the town, which would include both an examination of transportation efficiency as well as safety for these various modes of transportation. I call on the town council to ask the town manager to begin a process of examining these broader issues, and ideally include stakeholders throughout the process. Number 6, downtown business parking. It is not news that feelings related to parking in the business district, or parking in town generally for that matter, remain contentious, to put it mildly, both by residents and business owners in the town, as well as visitors. An examination of the trade-off meter income, which from what I can tell is the only goal of the metered parking program, and negative experiences experienced by those who either willingly or through ignorance get fines for coming to town and parking in these areas, should be conducted. At a minimum, a public listening session should occur where we can, in a calm and thoughtful manner, discuss the impacts of negative experiences with parking, be it at the meters or otherwise, and the positives of the current program should occur. There needs to be an ongoing analysis as real-world conditions in a post-COVID setting need to occur. The economic vitality of our central business district is key to the viability of the town. That said, parking issues as it relates to residential areas also need to be on the table, as there are a number of unhappy owners seeking solutions to parking in the residential areas as well. Number 7, closed meetings of the town council. I would like to draw attention to the language that indicates that the justifications for closed meetings are that consultation or briefing in open meeting would adversely affect the town. Close scrutiny needs to be placed on the word would, as it indicates there is a strong casualty between the items that are discussed in closed meeting and an actual adverse impact. I remain skeptical that not only the general, that's it for that one. The next one is from Ms. Kathy Bachman. Says, Dear Town leadership, tourism is our largest economic driver. With the inflationary times that we are living in, tourism can be negatively impacted due to declining discretionary funds, especially if prices increase. The proposed increase in lodging tax will raise prices 5% due to that factor alone. Tourism is different from visitors. Tourism is a subset of visitors, except they truly are visitors who spend money in our community. Visitors may come for the day, enjoying the beach, bring coolers, and leave little money behind, except maybe a parking fee. The guests who stay in our cottages spend not only money on rent, but also at our restaurants, shops, and golf cart rentals and tourists. Another topic for another day, this expenditure by boat owners is always the argument for not charging any taxes on boats. Yet our guests pay 5.3% sales tax and 5% occupancy tax to the town. Additionally, many are paying high fees to Airbnb and VRBO and credit card companies. It won't be long until the fees and taxes, along with our rising costs, have them staying home or looking for alternate solutions. My husband and I opened our first cottage vacation rental in 2011. At that time, we were the 12th cottage rental. Since then, we have experienced increased supply, rising property taxes, personal property taxes, increased cost in water, sewer, and distribution fees, electric supplies, and wages. We have always collected and paid the lodging tax. We pay the personal property tax on all of our furnishings. We pay the new short-term rental application fee, business license taxes to Colonial Beach, which increased over 100% from what I paid to Westmoreland. My husband and family invested in 4 cottages over the years. Each property required major renovation. One was not even livable. The town has benefited from our efforts, not only in the impact of our thousands of guests who supported our local businesses. More than 20 of our guests have purchased homes. Increase in net taxes due to the improved values of properties. We purchased our first cottage for $99,000, invested over $100,000, and when sold, the new valuation is over $300,000. Same with other cottages that we sold recently. It increased in property tax value 300%. Leaders, I know these are difficult times, that you appreciate the impact of tourism. Please don't chase away the people who, outside of residents, are your single largest source of revenue. If you can't say no to a tax increase on our guests, at least be kind and minimize it to 1 or 1.5%. Next one is Sandy Roadheaver. She says, I'm sending this message to Mayor Schick and the town council to give my opinion on the proposed tax increase. I noticed in the letter online, there was a paragraph that said we need to generate enough revenue to match increased expenditures to balance the FY25 budget. I believe the town council should have been more conscientious about the budget. They decided with no input from your constituents to buy the rundown motel for $900,000. It was never brought up at any meetings that we as homeowners heard about it by gossip. I believe that amount of money would have helped us to not be in this mess. I also do not think it is fair for the owners of motels or restaurants should have to pay a higher meals tax or transient tax. It's not their fault we are in this situation. The town is in a financial crisis because of the wrong decisions that have been made. Thank you. Now, that was it for that. Now I'll go through and read. The following.
I want to read like our phone numbers and addresses. I don't think that's necessary. We'll just read off the names.
Just the names.
Is that okay?
Yeah, just the name.
Okay, I'm just confirming.
Okay.
Some people may have.
So the following people
Oh,
have.
hold on. Mr. Williams? Oh, read the top of the sheet.
Okay.
Yeah.
So the following is a form that was sent out by Colonial Beach Chamber of Commerce. It provides their address, their phone number, and their email. And what the people signed was in support of no transient lodging and meals tax increase. They provided their name, the business, the address, the phone, the email, and their signature. And that's all that was on it. So the following people were in support of no transient lodging and meals tax increase. Joyce Gunderson, Kay Butcher.
Can you read the names of the businesses?
That's what they put on there.
Well,
People
she
that
said
had-
they collected the name of the business and their name.
I don't think those people put businesses. I talked to Kay and Joyce is here.
I'm
I
just
don't
asking
think
if it's on there, I wanna make sure that we can hear the name.
Yeah, okay. So Joyce Gunderson, self-employed. Kay Butcher, no business. Put them on there. Kurt Fields, no business. John, I have no idea. It's 945 Bryant Avenue. Diana Hollinger, no business. Nelson Fields, carpet and upholstery cleaning. Tim Craddock, no business. Jim Still, Jim's Antique Motor Company. Brandy Robinson, Lenny's. Jeffrey Eisensmith, no business. Bronwyn Decker, no business. Barbara Goff, no business. Bob Swink, Colonial Beach Real Estate. Jan Swink, Nightingale Marina Motel. Yvonne M. Wilson, no business. Karen Ahern, no business. Freddie Ahern, no business. Gary Euchre, no business. Dan Owens, Lito's Pizza. Bernard Rocky Denson, Denson's Grocery. Tara Seaver, Shanny's. Pat Ward, Patrick H. Ward Jr., CPA. Michael Whelan, Grandpa's Hawaiian Shaved Ice. Susan Quinn, Ice House. Michael Willie, Willie's. Renee Bennett, Willie's. Nadine R. Tireman, Nays Cove Pilates, LLC. Linda Wright, Jafra Cosmetics. Mingyu Wang, Tops China. William Bowman, The Boathouse Marina. Aubrey Lee Blanc Jr., Hawthorne Mercantile. Kelly Woods Vaughn, Riverview Inn. Kiltima, I'm not even gonna try to say the last name, Orchid Thai Cuisine. Jennifer Ellington, circa 1892. Kevin and Joanne Roach, Budget Lines of King George. Deborah Newman, Petite Toway Incorporation. TNT Golf Cart Rentals. Jesus Martin Chavez, Los Hermanos Cantina. April D. Shamblin, Riverboat on the Potomac. Nicholas Bautista, The Hosteca. John Crifton, Eugene's. Sally Phillips, Sunflower Restaurant. Joan Bullock, CD Treats. I think that was from the last one. Darren and Lisa Hall, Hallmark Tattoo. Brandon Gosling, Family Traditions Auto Repair. Jose Ortiz, El Toro Authentic Mexican Restaurant. Christina Grove, Southern Bella Salon. A&A Food Group. James A. Green, Plank Realty. Rick Davis, Modag. Lynn Green, Plank Realty. Emily Henson, Hall's Market. Jose Acosta, Fire Escape American Grill. Donna and Pamela for Colonial Buzz Espresso Bar. Robert Hooker, Hooker Studio. Eric Christensen, Christensen Properties. Gwen Fouts, I'll Have Another. Brian Kaufman, High Tides of Potomac. Bruce Dillon, Blue Crab Cottage. Jay Wilkerson Seafood Restaurant. Marianne Day, The Beach Shop. Jamie Dellinger, just a member of Chamber. Jackie Stewart and Gary Tyler, Hawthorne Cottage LLC. Carolyn Schreiner Puleo, River Gem LLC. David Lipshaw, Colonial Beach Plaza. David Lipshaw, Colonial Beach Tech. David Lipshaw, Kokomo Cottage. Ella Wells Johnson, The Thrift Shop. Jessica Childers, Sheer Perfection. Amy McGuire, Southern Charm. The Chamber of Commerce. Kaylin Weaver, Dockside Realty. Steve Keen, Dogs and Hogs Gone Wild. Carrie Getty's Beach Service Center. Brian Boyd, Boyd DeAndre Group, LLC. And then these people also emailed in, Glenda Darlington, no to increase of food and lodging. Tina Stover, no to increase of meals and lodging. And then Ms. Paige Williams, meals and lodging, do not raise them. You will hurt businesses. It will impact restaurants and hotels. This is not business friendly, sincerely, Paige. And I think that's it.
Is that all for public comment then?
For regular public comment, yes, that's it.
Okay, is there anybody else? Just want to make sure we get anybody else that'd like to speak. Okay? All right, I appreciate that. All right, I will close the public comment then at 7:10 PM. And we'll move forward to unfinished business. Before we move to line item A, I had a question for Lisa. One of the things that's been brought up is why the timing of a tax rate is set and then the budget is set. And I was just, can you speak to that, why that's done that way?
When it comes to budget, unless we have what the rates are going to be, we cannot predict what the revenue will be. Without knowing that, I can't balance the budget without knowing what my tax rates are gonna be. We've made the proposal to you, we've given you, all of the expenditures, we've given you revenue projections. We've gone back numerous times
I just wanted the timing of it. It's always been this way, that the tax
Yes,
rating
we
was set and
need
then
to
the
know
budget
what
was
the,
set.
we do need
I
to
just
know.
wanted to know if there was a state statute associated with it, or if it was for financial planning.
It's for financial.
Yes, Dr. Sotelo?
There's a little piece missing there, and that the budget starts with our town manager going to the departments and seeing what they need to continue to operate. And that is where the budget starts. And when they come up with those numbers, then they go back through that process of cutting in every department to try to get that budget down to where whatever our existing revenue sources are would balance that budget.
Correct.
So it's not that we didn't look at the budget and look at the line
No, I wasn't implying
No,
that.
I'm not saying that to you, Robin. I'm saying it to explain to the public that this is not something where we set a tax rate and then decide how to spend the money.
You're correct, Dr.
There's a proposal
Sullivan.
on how to spend the money, and then we have to set a tax rate that either balances it, or we have to set a tax rate that doesn't balance it and go back and find other places to cut. That's the process.
I just want to clarify that since it come up in the public comment. Okay. So as we get into ordinance number 761, which is the transient lodging tax and setting the meals tax, we held public comment on this obviously at the last meeting. And I just want to, before we open this item up, just to tell all of the people who are here today, but also all the people that stayed until midnight last time, how much you are appreciated. And that I understand, it takes a lot of time to be up here, but it's particularly appreciated for you to come and be in the audience with us as well. So there's been a lot of discussion around these items, and I'm sure there will be a lot of discussion about to happen right now, since we haven't really gotten into the discussion part of it, but we have been absorbing all of the public comment and the feedback through to this point. So I just wanted to, start with that and say we appreciate you and the comments that you have given us to consider. So with that, Natasha, do you have anything you want to start to open this line item up?
So my CFO, Lisa Oaks, will go into a little bit more of detail, but just as way of a review and to recap what we've done and what we've presented and where we are right now. When we originally presented the budget, what Lisa and I first had to do, as Councilmember Dr. Sullivan mentioned, the first step was to meet with all of the department heads and find out what their operational needs were in order to maintain operations for the upcoming for the upcoming fiscal year. After all meetings were held with the department heads, the budget was unbalanced. So we then went through various iterations and different scenarios to try to balance the budget. One of the things that we painstakingly did was go through the budget by each line item and we made cuts wherever we could, so that we also didn't want to hinder the level of service that the town would provide. And so where we were able to make cuts, we made cuts. We looked at first, not proposing any increases in taxes. We could not get the budget balanced that way. We tried different percentages so that it would be the least impactful to our citizens, and what we thought was a good and balanced budget is what we presented to council. I think that was in the April meeting, April 5th, if I'm not mistaken. And so from that council meeting, we were then asked to make more revisions to the budget. There are several factors that impacted, and these factors we have no control over, which resulted in the high numbers in the budget that you all see. The first is the amount of money that we have to contribute to the schools. Now, that is set by the governor every year, and we make a best guess estimate because the numbers are never provided in time when the budget is being presented, in order for us to have an accurate number. So we have no control over that. That is mandated by the state. We have to make that contribution to the schools. The second factor was a dramatic increase in our VRSA VRS rates. Again, we do not have any sort of wiggle room negotiations or anything like that
Could
regarding
you
that rate.
explain what Versa is?
No, it's the VRS.
It's
VRS,
VRS, the
explain.
Virginia Retirement
It's
System.
the retirement, thank you.
Correct. And then we also had an increase in our insurance rates this year. Again, something that we can't negotiate, and we just had no room to try to just factor that down within our budget. Now, when we looked at all of those three factors, and we added in the increased cost of the repairs and the maintenance for our vehicles, not only our vehicles, but just basic purchases across the board for our departments in order to be able to provide a level of service for the town. We were asked to make more cuts. We were asked to increase in certain places and decrease in others. Again, Lisa and I went back to the drawing board, again, with the assistance of our, with Davenport, who is our financial advisor. So we went back to the drawing board, we made the cuts that were requested, and we provided scenarios on the meals, cottage, and lodging taxes. And what we came up with is what we thought was the least impactful and the least hurtful way in order for us to balance the budget. Now, Lisa will go a little more in detail with historically what the trend has been with what we've had to contribute to the schools. And I think that is going to be really helpful in seeing just historically how that has trended up for us. And again, we don't have, that's something that we're mandated to do, so we have to do that every year. She'll also go into a discussion of really just to break it down into bite-sized nuggets, what the increase in the meals and, well, the proposed increase in the meals and the proposed increase in the meals, lodging, and cottage, in real numbers, what that means. And so with that, I'll have Lisa to go just a little more in depth with what we're discussing.
Thank you. Can you bring up the slide, Heather, for the school? Do you have that one?
I don't have the slides.
It was on the first one. While she's bringing that up, I will start a discussion about the school, the required local match, required local effort. As she said, this is mandated by the governor, Department of Education, because we have an independent school system. We are required by law to provide a certain dollar amount each year based on a couple of factors. One is our local composite index, which has increased over the last couple of years, and also on our enrollment, our ADM, our average daily number of students, which fluctuates. We don't get the final numbers on the ADM really for the previous year until June of the current year. As you can see on the slide for fiscal '24, what we budgeted was $2.5 million. The final required local match came in, is now 2.6 million. So that right there shows you we owe the school money at this point for that fiscal year, for this fiscal year. And as Dr. Sullivan pointed out, we've got the new number for the required local match, which is different from what we based our budget on, and which actually increased. So as you see, there has been a rise, especially in the last 3 or 4 years, with our required local match. Because the fact our local composite index has gone up and the school is holding steady on the ADM. The local composite index is a great number to look at in ways of growth in the town. And that is the business community also. As we do better, as we have a higher income level here, that composite index will grow. It's going to continue to grow as long as we keep growing this town. So that being said, we will keep seeing increases in our required local match to the school. So as you see in the slide, from fiscal '23 to fiscal '24, there was a 20% increase in our required local match. So you're talking, that's 20% that we had to give to the school that we could not put into operating the town. This year, it's at 21.4%. So of an increase over last year. So as the town manager stated, these are items we have to take in consideration, we took into consideration in this budget. And we did go line by line and cut where we could. We made concessions. There were some positions that were vacant that we cut to only funding for half a year. Some of them are key positions that are going to cause our current staff to have to pick up the slack. One of the other big factors that increased this budget so much was the Virginia retirement system. That gets set for every 2 years by the General Assembly. And for the last 2 years, fiscal '22 to fiscal '24, the rate that the employer had to pay for our defined benefit portion of the Virginia retirement system was 0. So they took a look at it and they decided to split. We have a plan that's called a hybrid plan now for anybody who was hired after 2014. It has 2 components. It has the defined benefit plan. It has the defined contribution plan. So when they set that rate for the last 2 years, they were combining everything and they realized that, oh, now we're not making any contributions to the defined benefit plan. Everything was going to the defined contribution plan, which causes some inequality between people who are on Plan 1 and Plan 2 and not under this new hybrid plan they started in 2014. So they proposed to split them, which is what is happening for fiscal '25. They decided to split the retirement plan contribution-wise. So they went back and they looked at the rates for each part, the defined benefit plan and defined contribution plan, separately instead of together. So that resulted in us having a rate of 4.68% to now pay to the retirement plan for all employees on the defined benefit side, whereas for the last 2 years, we've paid nothing. That's a huge increase. So we had to find ways to fund that. And the third item was our healthcare cost. We had a 10% increase in our rate for healthcare. So that had to be funded also. So those are the big factors. And like I said, we went back, I think this year's I've done more work on this budget this year, scrutinizing every line item than I have in the last 4 years. And actually more years than that when I was helping the former finance director. So this is what we have set to council to make the decisions on. We are now back again proposing an increase of 2% to the meals tax. And we could go as low as 3% on the lodging and cottage and still be able to balance the budget. But the decision is yours. If you want us to go back again, we will go back again. This is where we're at, and I will answer any questions. I see Mr. Wood has his hand up there.
Hold on, I thought that was another slide that Natasha talked about. No?
Oh, I'm sorry. Let's pull that one up real quick. So I wanted to break the meals and lodging down to dollars to give people an idea that these increases seem to be a lot. When you look at it, but we broke it down. We've listed some establishments here. So if your bill at the Pink Poodle is $22.47, currently adding the meals tax to that, you're going to pay $23.59. And if we raise it to 7%, you're going to pay $24.04. So you will pay an additional 45 cents for your 4 ice cream cones that you get at the Pink Poodle. We did this similarly for all of them. I'll go to the last one, which is Pirates Creek Grill, 4 entrees, comes to $83. At 5% meals tax, you're going to pay $4.15 extra to make it $87.15, and you're going to pay $5.81 at 7%. So that's a whole $1.66. So I don't understand why there's such.
I don't need, we just want to present the numbers, please. Okay. I think there's been, I know there's been a lot of effort on staff side. I know there's been a lot of effort in the community. I know as a council member, every council member here has listened and talked to a lot of constituents. All of us have, so I don't want to, I know we all have done that, okay? So I just want to preface the discussion that happens next with this, with the respect that each council member here has done a lot of diligence and has been talking to a lot of residents. And with that, I'm gonna open it up for discussion. Mr. Wood, you had your hand raised.
Yes. Ms. Oaks, when did you first start presenting to council budget recommendations?
I believe it was March. We've been discussing budget issues since March.
How many iterations have we sent back to you to ask you to answer?
I think I've lost count. 4 or 5?
Okay.
Changes that we've done at your direction.
When do we have to pass this?
We have to have it passed by June 30th.
Do we have an option on that day? Can we move that date back?
No, sir.
Okay. So one of the things that I'd just like to share with the folks in the audience, when we're considering all of this, where the money comes from, because just like you, just like me, when we go to the grocery store, the costs are higher. Costs are higher for everything. It's costing more money to run the town. So the question is, and we all went to our town manager and said, we don't want an increase in the real estate taxes for our citizens. Westmoreland's already going to pop us for some more. So you don't need a bigger burden from us. So we were looking for other ways to try to increase the revenue. There's no perfect way to ask somebody for more money. My thought is that by asking for this meals tax and lodging tax, that the portion that is going up for us is it predominantly come from tourists. Is that perfect for businesses? No, I realize that. But the question is, would we rather increase the real estate taxes for our citizens or try to find an incremental way to increase the revenue for this cost that we can? So that's the reasoning behind it. Thank you for answering the question, Lisa.
Okay, I see Dr. Salzman.
Is there a motion on the table yet, or are we just?
There is not a motion, it is open.
I would like to make the motion to approve the ordinance for the, if there is a second, then open it up to actual discussion, rather than just discussing first and then. So I would move that we adopt the ordinance.
Which is as stated, I just want to make it
Ordinance
clear,
number 761 as presented.
as presented at the 2 and 4 or the 2 and 3.
What I was told is that it was advertised at 2 and 4. So that's what the hearing was held on. That would be the motion. And we can amend the motion, but I just want to open it.
You're proposing a motion for the 2 and 4 at this moment, okay? Is there a second to that?
Assuming that we can.
Okay, so now the 2 and 4 is up for discussion. Yes, Dr. Salzman.
Most of you have heard me say this before. Yes, the cost of doing business has gone up. The cost to the town is up. I mean, if we slashed a bunch of positions, that would hurt the town, but it also would bring our budget into order. My biggest concern about this particular way of raising the revenue, was it $270,000 that this is gonna make a difference on? Is it's not equitable. We are asking these numbers aren't exact, these are guesstimates, 150 short-term rentals, 5 hotels and Airbnbs, 30 to 50 restaurants, and the residents who support these businesses to cover the whole cost of everything that's gone up in town. And that is not normally the way increases in costs are covered. They're normally shared by everybody in town. Second, the income is unpredictable. Income from taxes on meals and lodging is subject to huge fluctuations due to the economy. Look what happened in COVID. I mean, it was just our residents that were supporting the economy during that state of emergency when nobody could move. So this is the least predictable way to get income for the town. And it is highly subject to fluctuations in the economy, state of emergencies, that sort of thing. Third, in places where they do charge higher taxes for meals and lodging, places that have a huge number of businesses and a huge number of tourists, that income is reinvested into marketing to bring more tourists and more income to the businesses. This particular increase does none of that. We just got an economic development committee. We just had somebody to market the town for a couple of years now. We don't spend anything on that. You're asking to take these residents, these restaurants, these hotels and STRs to fund all of the increases in our operating budget. And that is not equitable.
So just to be clear, you put the motion on the floor. Are you looking to revise the motion?
No, I am speaking against the motion.
So you put a motion to the floor that you were speaking against?
Yes. Yes, that's what
Okay.
Okay.
I understand that, but now, when you speak against it, do we have a proposal for somebody to amend the motion?
No, and not everybody has spoken yet. Well, I need people to say their mind.
I understand. Mr. Wood or Mr.?
Well, Mr. Williams was
Go
before.
right ahead, Mr. Wood.
One thing I do have a question for Lisa or Natasha. We were told that the $2.1 million from the central drainage area could be reimbursed by the DEQ funds, the $5.7 million. So that gives us $2.1 million to spend, am I correct?
That is the, as we're calling it, the ARPA money. It's possible that we might get federal funding to reimburse that, but that money is not, it's one-time money. Again, you shouldn't use one-time money to cover operating expenses. But if that is council's decision, that's their decision. But there are other projects. We have a full CIP.
Okay, order please.
We have a full CIP proposal here also, where that ARPA money would be better spent than to cover operations. We have to have enough revenue generated ongoing to continue to cover operations. To use one-time money would not be smart.
Right, okay, well, I appreciate your opinion, but honestly, take this the wrong way, but this is council's budget, council's money, not the town staff's money.
I would like to add that, so while Lisa stated that as an opinion, we actually have a financial policy which states that one-time funds are not to be used for recurring operational expenses. So there is a financial policy which states that.
Okay, yeah, and I understand that, I completely understand that. I'm not suggesting we use this for specific purposes, I was just asking about the money, and that was one of my questions. But we do have a number of things in our budget that are one-time expenses that could actually be reimbursed by some of that money. Example, town audio video equipment, example, the software Heather wants, example, some of the public works upgrades that are in the budget. So there are items that could potentially be reimbursed. But that was just, I just had a general question about that. But I just wanted to make the point that we really haven't been looking at the revenue or the expenses. We've really only focused on the revenues, and that's my opinion. I know not everybody on council agrees with that, but I have a number of suggestions. If council is serious about it, what I'd like to do is make a motion that we ask the town manager to go back to the drawing board and relook at the budget and consider things like, if council supports any of these, eliminating 3 interns, that's almost 70 grand. When we're on tight budget, when we're asking the people out there in the businesses and our visitors to pay up, we need to try to make some hard decisions. And I mean, I'm not saying that she doesn't utilize these people, but if we're gonna make hard decisions, I'm willing to sit down with the town manager, with town staff, and actually look line item by line item. I'll give another example, contract services. Since 2020, they've more than doubled from under 200,000 to 420,000. That's, I mean, to me, there's a spending problem here. If we're more than doubling our contract services, where's all this money going? Council can't tell you where this money's going because we haven't seen that level of detail. And without seeing that level of detail, I can't honestly say we're doing our due diligence with this budget or not. We're basing it off of what we've been given, which is basically spoon-fed to us. Assistant town manager, that's $70,000 to $100,000, $2,000 to a radio station that was never on the budget before. We're broke, but we're giving a radio station $2,000? Come on now. And I can make other cuts, and I'm willing to work with council if they are willing to stand up with me and go line by line item, just like the county's doing. They sent it back to their county administrator and said, you need to relook at these numbers. Of all the people that came, I think we had actually more with all those signatures speak up than they had. And they went back, with their tail between their legs and said, okay, we're gonna look at this harder for you all. That's my opinion. And I'd like to make the motion to have the town manager relook at the budget if anybody would support that.
Point of order.
Yeah.
There's a motion on
There's
the
a motion
floor.
on the floor.
Yeah,
So
so-
it's a discussion, so you can't introduce another motion, you could amend the.
We can amend, yeah. I was getting to that.
Amended.
You would like to amend the motion to what, just remove it?
Suspend this vote and have the town manager go back and look at the budget.
Okay, so there is a proposal right now to amend it, to suspend this vote and have the town manager go back and look at it. Is there a second to that?
Is that an appropriate amendment to the motion?
I almost feel like it's really just a motion to let it fail. And I think that to better serve this, it would be to then vote and let it fail if it were to fail, and then go back and do a motion to direct the town manager if that were to be the next phase.
Right, I
Yeah,
think
my
that's the
understanding is to
way-
break that apart into
I think
two.
you go with the original motion, you have a second.
I agree.
And this isn't really an amendment, this
Sure.
is to suspend a vote, which is not amending what you're voting on.
And I would also like, I would also, Madam Mayor, like to have more discussion before we vote.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. So, all right. So I think we've just heard from two council members with their position on the motion on the floor at this point. And then if it should fail, then that would be another motion to make then. Ms. Williams, is that?
Yes, makes sense. Thank you.
Okay, sounds good. All right, it's still open for discussion then? Yes, Ms. Brown?
So, and I will speak for, I think every council member here. I've spoken to each one of you separately. Yes, even Councilmember Williams, him and I met yesterday. And the concern I had, the meals tax is one thing. The lodging tax, I do not like it, and the reason is, I think, I've done just some, research over the past couple weeks, just internet searching, read ordinances for the state of Virginia. My original thought was, why don't we increase taxes on the short-term rentals and leave our 5 hotels and motels alone? But unfortunately, that is not an option. Short-term rentals have to be treated the same as our 5 hotels, which I do not think is fair. And apparently there's a lot of lobbying in DC with these Airbnbs and VRBOs. And quite frankly, I think they're starting to crush our local businesses. I love having them here. I use Airbnb and VRBO when I go out of town. But we are a special town. We only have 5 places to stay. And the short-term rentals are crushing us. I think that moving forward, and I know this is not quite budget, but I think we need to look at really, and I will volunteer to do this, to look at the short-term rentals. I will search VRBO and Airbnb every day and whatever else and try to find out which ones are which. I think only 30 have paid a permit fee. I could be wrong. So that means there's approximately 100.
No,
Is that
there's almost
incorrect?
100 that have paid a
100?
fee
Okay,
at this
that's
point.
excellent. Well, I'm sure there's another 30 to another 50 that are not paying and are at the table.
Absolutely.
I think that permit fees, I think $25 for short-term rentals is not enough.
Yeah.
50, it's not enough. There's other places that charge 130, and I know that's not a lot of money when you multiply that by approximately 150, but it's still more money. The fact is that short-term rentals in general, again, I'm just making a generalization, are second home properties to people that have income and have the ability to spend lots of money and fix up old homes and then make money. Looking through the Westmoreland real estate tax records, several of the Airbnb, VRBO's addresses I looked up are also owned by LLCs, equity companies, and things of that nature, not even just citizens buying a second home, and that really ticks me off. So basically, we have investment firms coming in our town, buying up real estate, renting them, and then we're also pushing lower income people out due to these short-term rentals, because they're getting, $2,000 per week rather than, $2,000 a month. And we have a really big problem with affordable housing, especially for our police department, and yes, I'm always gonna defend them. We have police that are literally on state-funded care to get meals and food on their table. Our police. That's disgusting, and they cannot afford to live in this town and protect. I like having a police officer near my house. I was one for 20 years. I want to see more cruisers in our town. I want them to be our neighbors, and we are pricing them out with these short-term rentals. And our teachers, my sister's a teacher, yep, and she could not, she lives with her boyfriend, she could not afford a house. She couldn't buy one here, and she's been a teacher for 10 years. She could not afford to rent in this town. So moving forward, I just want to say the short-term rental thing is something we have got to concentrate on. I think that's a really big problem.
Yep.
And I will agree with Dr. Sullivan, and I'll agree with Mr. Williams. I don't think it is fair to impose these taxes for maybe our lack of budget or our overspending, and especially the lodging. I cannot get past that. And the short-term rentals, once you dig into it, it's a disaster, and they're really detrimental to the community. And like I said, we can't even have our teachers and cops live in the town they teach and patrol in. And I just end with that.
And it's a perfect segue into what, okay. It's a perfect segue into what Councilperson Brown just said, is that we do have a transient lodging problem. And one of the ways to correct that is with a transient lodging tax. So that the people that can, who want to come here can help pay for those who already live here. So I think this would flow perfectly into what you suggested and your concerns about that.
Okay, I want to keep us on track with the motion on the table. I'd like to say a few things. If somebody else would like to go first, that's fine. I don't mean to. I've been taking a really hard look at this also. I, like Ms. Brown, looked at how we could raise taxes on the cottages and not the lodging establishments to encourage diversity, but it is not the way it's written in code, and so we don't have the ability to separate the tax between the two entities. I have contacted our state senator and state delegates. I have been in conversations with the Department of Education about the 22% raise mandated to the school system as an unsustainable increase to their schools. I support our schools. I'm a drifter through and through and all of that, but when we are growing at a 7 or 8%, but yet the largest department we fund is mandated to grow at 22%, it's unsustainable. And so they are gonna put me on a committee in Richmond. Well, thanks, but it didn't help me out this time, you know? Just so you know, Cape Charles, the Eastern Shore, and Chincoteague are raising these same concerns. This is not a unique thing, which is what I found out from the state, that a $600,000 increase is massive to a small school system. I think our school system will use it to the benefit of our children, which I'm appreciative of, but to town governments, it means that other services get cut, right? That's what it means. In order to fund it, or taxes go up, or both, and you make cuts and you try to do and balance it both ways. I have been looking at how low can we go? It's like limbo stick, right? I have been through every line item. The largest increase in contract services is coming from our planning department, which I advocated to cut $100,000 out of already. I think that we have been investing, and this was something I had talked to some of our lodging folks about. We have been making investments in tourism through beach replenishment. We've been investing $200,000 the last couple different years in beach replenishment, $60,000 the last 3 years in the town pier. In marketing, having an economic development director part-time, funding Main Street, getting downtown Columbia Beach to that. So we've been spending dollars in tourism areas without touching this tax rate. So I think that does need to be considered, that we have been absorbing that on that side. And so maybe this brings it into balance with the fact that we have been making some very serious investments in that, which has been part of our growth. I also think there's a cost to tourism. The cost of tourism is our bathrooms get trashed on the boardwalk. The cost of tourism, we're raking the beach more often. The cost of tourism is our police officers are out more. There's a cost of tourism in all of those aspects as well. So it's fair to say that a percentage increase to them would be, to me, equitable way when we have already raised real estate taxes in order to balance the budget, and I'm not looking to do that. No budget for tax raises is exciting or fun. When I look through the budget, probably similar to some of, although maybe not the same items as Mr. Williams, I find that there are some areas in which I think, very unfortunately, to maybe the staff support, I think we could cut further, and I would like to take a look at that. At this time, though, I can't see going, I'm trying to mitigate, I'm trying to look and balance everything I hear and talk, and everyone I talk to, and all of the staff and all of the budget presentations that I've seen, and finding a middle ground in that way. I talked to the vice mayor about where areas that we both had looked at in scrutiny to, and picked out some of the line items for funding some of the employees at 6 months to just cut them out. I hope I'm not speaking for you.
No, I'll speak up.
Okay. And the software for the clerk, the Civic Plus, cutting that, combining two positions into one is in two different arenas is also something I think we should consider. There are investments in this budget, though, that do absolutely need to be made, and I don't see how we're gonna get to zero. So I think I'd like to propose amending the motion to a 1% meals and a 1% lodging instead of 2 and 4. Is there a second to that motion, and then we can talk about that?
I'll second it.
Okay. So with that seconded, we're gonna talk about the amending it from 2 and 4 down to 1 and 1. You wanna go ahead, or you wanna?
Yep, I'll speak. So, as some of y'all may or may not know, I'm a government contractor, so a program director for a company in Northern Virginia supporting Quantico. So this budget cycle isn't necessarily different than my normal job, that having to handle the, government funding and doing personnel and stuff like that. One of the things that the mayor talked about was potentially the 6 months deferring an employee for 6 months to make it fit the budget. Personally, for me, if I can defer it for 6 months, I really don't need that person. I understand you need the person, but if you can defer it for 6 months, you just defer it for another 6 months, and we can look at it again. I don't need that. Again, just like Mr. Williams, Mr. Wood, anybody else, we have looked at this budget over and over and over again. We understand that it affects you as citizens. It also affects us. We live here too. We spend money just like everybody else does, and I don't want to raise taxes for anyone because it hits my pocket as well. I have a lot of family members that live in this town. I get a lot of grief if I'm talking about taxes. Okay, so if anybody's ever had floors done in this town, my family's done them probably. So business-wise, and I visit all the restaurants as much as I can with my family. Looking at the tax rates that we had on the screen, when you talk about from 5 to 7, that dollar amount that may increase. Most people don't necessarily pay attention to that dollar, right? So that's understandable. But as the mayor said, if we can take that rate from 3% or 4% down to 1% and 7% down to 6%. Dropping it down, just adding 1% to help the businesses, help the citizens, help the tourists, and we can reevaluate the budget a little bit more more or less at the next meeting to kind of walk through all that stuff to identify how we can balance that budget a little bit better. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Salzella?
Do you have the numbers, Lisa, where with this increase, it was gonna be $272,000 more income at 1-1, and I'll give you some time to calculate that.
I don't have the numbers right now. I'd have to go back and look at the budget and recalculate everything and to give you any firm numbers.
So that's 25% less, 75% less in one area and 50% less in the other. It's gonna be less than half. At the minimum, it may even be less than that, right?
Respectfully, I cannot give you a number at this point.
It's gonna make a very little difference, is the point. It's still not equitable. Before we go adding taxes to meals and lodging, we need to go back and redo the budget first. That's why I am speaking in opposition to the amendment.
Absolutely. All right, is there further discussion on the amendment of Warren Line? Yes, Mr. Williams?
I just wanted to make a comment about, you had mentioned the funding this positions for 6 months. And one of the questions I'd actually asked the town manager is how much of a difference is that? And she said it's $357,000. So in our budget, we've got positions that won't be, or that will be 350,000 more next year. So we're talking about, if you did cut that, you're talking 700,000, correct?
There were 4 of those positions that we felt were, I don't know, we can get into the detail of that when we get to the budget, but because I don't know where the cuts will end up coming from, to your point, you know? But not from all of them. There are some staff members that I think would make a very big difference in service.
And just another point too, shouldn't we look at the overall budget before we set the rate like it's been suggested by the public? Like, I get it, we're trying to figure out how much money we have to spend, but we're just talking about voting for a rate without seeing an actual final budget. I'd like to see both simultaneously.
I mean, we have both right now in our inbox. We were sent both with multiple scenarios.
At the 1%, she just said she doesn't have it.
Yeah. Not at the 1%, but like in different scenarios.
But we're talking about voting on a budget that we don't actually have in front of us, a 1% budget. She's gonna have to make some serious cuts.
Right. Mr. Wood?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. I'm not gonna vote for any increase until we have a budget. My concern, honestly, is that we were in a position, and I thought we had agreement, but apparently we did not, that we were in a position to pass a budget. Because now we're in a situation where, for 6 weeks, we've been tasking these people, asking them to change things, asking them to change things, asking them to change things. And I'm just terrified that we're not gonna be ready the next time. So in order for her to be able to do this, we have to tell her and the town manager today to give them exact instruction of what we receive, because what we see next time, we're gonna have to vote for.
I think the question is we would have to all agree on a budget that we are willing to accept, right? So if we do no increase, as you're suggesting, then we're cutting a significant amount of individuals from the budget that potentially could jeopardize our staff.
What I'm saying is.
Let me finish.
Hold on,
You're right, I'm sorry.
That could jeopardize our staff, which then would make them leave our employment and also cause a significant issue rehiring. Because rehiring a position that is currently staffed costs twice as much because you have to do all the other things to handle that.
And that's a very cogent point, sir, especially when you have staff and we increase their salary in order to keep them. And now we take their recommendations 4 different times and we tell them it's unacceptable. So there's the same danger there, which you're not agreeing.
Understood, but we're also hearing from our constituents that say, we don't want those tax increases. We have to listen to those things. We have to make sure that we're validating all the information that we're receiving and making sure that we're providing the best budget for them and for us and for the rest of the town. And understand that they're, we have these professionals that are telling us what they think it is, but at the end of the day, we still make the decision on what that final judgment is.
And I understand, but what I'm saying is, until we have the rework numbers, as you suggested, that we shouldn't vote on increasing the tax until we know truly what's going to be.
And that, just one more thing, and that could be the vote to say that we make this fail and we revisit. It was just that it was brought up to say.
It's brought up for discussion.
We're listening to our citizens and saying, some of them said, they can understand the 1%, not a 3% or 4%, but understand 1%, which is why she initiated that, to see what the concurrence is within town council, to understand that we're working for them.
Mr. Williams.
I don't know what the appropriate time to do this would be, but I would like to, at some point, make a motion that we have a special meeting to actually look at this budget again versus waiting until
Okay,
the
hold on,
last
hold
minute.
on, hold on, because it's also 8 o'clock, guys. So, at 8 o'clock, we put in our, agenda that we would meet with DEQ in there.
Madam Mayor, I would move for a vote then, because we have a motion to amend a motion that's on the floor. So I would move for a vote on the amendment.
All right, we can come back and vote afterwards. You want to vote now? All right, fine. Can we vote on the amendment first? On the 1 and 1 is the amendment, okay? Instead of the 2 and 4.
We have to vote on the amendment first.
Correct. So, okay.
Nay.
Aye. Nay.
Nay.
Nay. Okay. All right. Well, I would vote aye, but say nay. Nays get it. So now the 2 and 4 are back on the table. We will vote on that for right now and then go from there. Okay? I'll start at this end this time. 2 and 4. Mr. Wood?
Aye.
Nay.
Nay.
Aye.
Okay.
You just voted to increase it?
I didn't
No,
say anything. I
no.
didn't say anything.
Vicky
No,
said it.
she said it
She
loud.
said it louder because the audience was saying they couldn't hear her, okay? So now Ms. Brown.
So the motion is to increase the lodging by 4 and the meals tax by 2.
That was your original motion, yes.
Yes, and we're voting on that motion.
Correct.
Okay, so if you vote,
Karen, I
Aye.
understand, yes.
I'm just
And so
making
does Ms. Brown,
okay,
yes. And so does Vicky,
I
yes.
didn't hear your vote though, because there was,
my vote was nay.
Okay.
I'm sorry about the confusion. Nay.
Nay.
Nay. So that has also failed. So, with that, you're gonna stretch our parliamentary procedure to its fullest extent here in the town of Pleasant Beach. We are doing good things. It is 8 o'clock, so we will be taking a break to go into closed session. So, it probably, just to give you a little bit of time, half an hour, okay? Because I know you guys might just be sitting out there waiting, okay? All right, everybody gets a break. Okay, with that, let me read this in.
May I ask one question real quick?
Sure.
When we come back from closed session, will we again touch on this?
Yes, we'll come back. We will come back. We're recessing this item for right now and then coming back to it. Okay. Closed meeting pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711, A7 and 8 for the purpose of consultation with legal counsel and briefings by staff members or consultants pertaining to probable litigation where such consultation or briefing in an open meeting would adversely affect the negotiating or litigating posture of the town council in consultation with legal counsel regarding specific legal matters requiring the provision of legal advice by legal counsel retained by town council. So moved. Do I have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, well, I'm gonna let people use the restroom and then we'll be in the back room there, and then we'll come back out.
How exciting, yes. I've got 5 chihuahuas. Well, 3 of them are mine and 2 of them are mine.
It's not as easy as I was.
Oh, that's for everybody. I brought snack bites. In the back, there's a cracker sandwiches. All right.
You're gonna stay up there this time?
I think, I think. It should be, I left the paper on your desk. Along with the services.
Second page.
Let's just stretch it a little bit. Okay. All right, are we ready? So, a little bit longer than I thought it would be, apologize. Okay. Is there a motion to reconvene an open meeting?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Is there a motion to certify that only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act and only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed meeting was convened were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting by council?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and then I needed each individual certification.
I so certify.
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 And I so certify. For those of you that haven't stayed with us late enough to hear us come out of closed session, that is state procedure and we have to follow that each time. So just for anybody who hasn't heard us do that before. Now we have a resolution out of the closed session. Do I have a motion to approve the resolution? Once I get a motion in a second, I'll read the resolution.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Whereas the Virginia Department of Environmental Quality, DEQ, cited the town of Colonial Beach town, in quotations, with notices of violation NOVs regarding the Colonial Beach wastewater treatment plant, the WWTP, and spills related thereto. And whereas the town acknowledged the NOVs, and whereas the DEQ has enforcement authority, including the ability to enter into consent orders with localities, and whereas following months of negotiation between officials of the town and DEQ with input from the town is finalizing a proposed consent order to address the NOVs. And whereas the term of the consent order upon approval by the town council, the town is offering to voluntarily implement a supplemental environmental project, which will benefit the town, its citizens, visitors, and businesses, and reduce the amount of the civil fine. And whereas, as part of the consent order, the initial fine proposed by DEQ has been substantially reduced. And whereas, because the consent order is still in the negotiation phase until finally approved by both the council and DEQ, representatives of DEQ discussed key points of the proposed consent order with town council in the closed meeting on Wednesday, July 5th, 2024. June 5th, 2024. And whereas, assuming prompt approval by the town council, DEQ will publish the consent order for public comment on July 1st, 2024, and will receive public comments for a 30-day period hereafter. And whereas if DEQ does not need to propose to the town changes for the consent order based upon public comments at the conclusion of the public comment period, DEQ will execute the consent order and it will be binding on both the town and DEQ. Now therefore, on this 5th day of June, following the motion by Councilmember Wood and seconded by Councilmember Allison, the town council, by the vote set forth below, hereby agrees to or takes the following actions. To approve the consent order as described by DEQ, authorize the town manager to sign the consent order on behalf of the town, and agrees that its members should not comment on the terms of the consent order until DEQ releases it publicly for comment on July 1st of 2024 per DEQ protocol. All right, we want to individually vote for that, or do you want to all in favor?
Roll call.
Okay, roll call vote. Dr. Sullivan.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
And aye. So there you go. Be on the lookout for July 1st. Okay. Thank you very much. Safe travels back.
Yeah, I bet. I bet that from Natasha. Appreciate your time.
Okay, appreciate it. Okay, going back. We had paused the discussion for lodging and meals tax setting. So I am going to open that back up.
So actually, we the council action was it failed to pass.
I'm about to recap that right now. Yep. So obviously, two different motions have been on the floor. The 5 and 2 is, or 5, 4 and 2 as proposed. 1 and 1 option and both have failed. And so now it is still up for discussion or for another opportunity for another motion. Oh, yes, we should wait until the town manager's back.
If Councilman Williams wanted to redo this amendment to push this until the next meeting to go budget.
Okay.
I don't know,
Oh, yes, reverting back to the original point. So, Councilmember Williams, you want to propose a resolution or now I'm like confused with, the prior one. A motion to, delay this till after the budget hearing, for the regular meeting in June.
Well, actually, I'd like to make a motion to set up a special meeting to discuss the budget and everything prior to the vote, which would be in June 16th or so?
20th?
20th, that's right.
Because I think there's a holiday on the,
So
yeah, Juneteenth is on the 19th.
maybe next week versus the night of, I mean, just a suggestion. So we could go in some of the details. I'm sure that the town staff and town manager is gonna have information for us if they're gonna make significant cuts.
Okay, so the request now is to hold a special meeting to review additional cuts to the budget.
Yes.
Madam Mayor, excuse me, Madam Mayor, and Ms. Oaks, I apologize, would we at that point be able to see what the 1% and 1% would look like? Could those numbers be provided if we hold a special meeting?
We have to advertise another public hearing if we put this on.
You're correct, Dr. Sullivan. We would have to have some specific direction from council of what they would like us to cut, what they would like us to propose.
Thank you.
Okay, is there a second to the motion on the floor?
It's assuming we can agree on a date.
Okay, so you're seconding it? Okay, so there's a second to the motion on the floor, so now that is up for discussion and possibly a date proposal.
Mr. Williams, what date did you propose again? I apologize.
They didn't propose a specific date. I was just saying probably next week, since the week after is the final vote, I would think. How long do you need to advertise? So we can't just have another meeting to discuss the budget
Oh,
without
no,
meeting?
you can, yeah, I just need 3 days.
3 days.
To
Oh, okay.
advertise for that, as long as there's no public hearing. As long as it's just discussion, not a public hearing, I only need to post 3 days before the meeting.
Okay, now I'm gonna go to, Ms. Oaks.
You also have to consider the time that it's going to take for us to make any of these adjustments. It's not something I can do overnight.
Can we finish it in by one meeting?
So I'm sorry, if Mr. Williams' proposal is to have another meeting to discuss it, then that would be when we give direction to staff on yes or no on these cuts. And then that budget would come back.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
So to Ms. Oaks' point, we would have the meeting sooner rather than later, then give that direction in that meeting prior so that those adjustments could be done prior? Is that what you're?
That's what
Is
I'm
that-
suggesting.
Okay, I'm just trying to make a.
Yeah,
The question is, why
regardless
can't
of
we
public
give
hearing,
the
that's-
direction now?
Because what I don't want us to fall into is not having enough time, since we do have to approve the budget by June 30th. And so with giving staff ample time to make the changes and then we present, so that some decision could be made by the 20th, or if there's a special meeting that needs to be held for whatever reason, there are notice time constraints that we also have to consider.
Ms. Mayor,
Yes.
just to clarify and follow up on what Natasha said, I mean, we are obligated by law to have a budget by the end of June. It has to be a balanced budget. And the budget cannot be passed until 7 days after a public hearing. So if the budget changes, it will be,
So the budget that's currently set for public hearing, we couldn't make a cut out of that budget. We would have to public hear it again, even if we just only cut things.
I think if you cut it, you could probably do that.
Right, so
Yeah.
my point is that nothing would go up from the budget that is currently at public hearing right now. There would be no additional increases to that. That would be the max possible budget to vote on. And then the budget discussion would only revolve around lowering line items, not raising any.
But if you're looking at a source of funds, say you can't cut it sufficiently and the 1 cent won't work, you don't want to go higher than the 1 cent, you want to consider real estate, you need to start the advertising process tomorrow so
Okay.
pass a budget would increase real estate.
So I think that falls into this timeline to make a good point. So, in order to follow through with setting a date, I'd like to propose for discussion whether or not council would like to propose a real estate tax increase or not, because that comes with all these requirements for advertising. So if there is a consensus one way or the other to say yes or no to that point, then we should know that right now, rather than continuing to deliberate about the what ifs of that.
So if we wanted to consider, not to propose, but to consider a different personal and a different tax rate on anything than what's been published, right? Whether it's this one that we've already voted on or another one. If we wanted to consider going higher on that already published tax rate, we would have to have another public hearing, which
Correct.
requires how, 2 weeks?
1 week. So in order for it to be in time, I have to publish something. I have to send it to the paper tomorrow morning for it to even get to the paper by the 13th.
Okay, I just want to see if there is actually an appetite to continue through with that first, okay? Because I understand the point you've been making, so I just want to see if there's actual consensus to that. And if there is, then we can further that discussion, but let's see about that first, okay? Okay, so to touch any other rates, is there any further discussion? I'm gonna call a vote just on that particular topic, about continuing discussion on that topic for advertising and meeting, setting dates and all those kinds of things.
Madam Mayor, we've
Yeah.
already published the rates. I don't think we need to make a motion not to change. We don't need to make a motion if we wanted to change.
Would you like to make a proposal then about what to change?
No, I'm not making any motion. If you're gonna make a motion, you don't make a motion not to do something.
Okay, I'm trying to find consensus on this issue. So I'm just asking, are we going to entertain any other rates or not? All right, Dr. Sullivan?
I'm not making a motion to change the
I'm
rates higher. I'm not interested in that.
Okay. So no, then.
This would be to consider the 1% you Vice Chair proposed.
No, this is to consider other tax rates that possibly could change. I just want to, either it's on the table or it's not on the table, because then we can move past the
Higher
issue.
than what's been published.
Correct.
Talking about real estate.
I'm talking about
personal
real,
property,
yeah. And Karen's expanded it, I think.
Well, I mean, if you just say, if somebody can review what's been published, if you don't know what's been published, what these 2 public hearings published, what those rates are.
Right, they're in the packet, they're listed on the page, we have them.
So if you're considering increasing the real estate from what's been published, you have to get that to the paper tomorrow.
Which is why I just want to know, is there an appetite to do
Or the
so?
boat tax or any other tax.
Correct.
you should consider.
Okay, but you're saying no.
I'm saying no.
Okay, all
I'm
right.
not interested in considering it.
Okay, all right. Dr. Sullivan is not interested in considering it.
I'm going to abstain because I'm just not sure if this means we're looking at different rates of the meals and lodging, or if we're also including real estate, property, all taxes.
I'm talking about anything other than meals and lodging.
I would like to look at the numbers just to see, so I will say aye.
Okay.
Nay.
Big negative.
Honestly, I'm gonna say nay. I will make this comment. I don't want to raise any taxes, but really the only reason we're even entertaining raising taxes at all is because of the school. $600 and some thousand. That really probably should come out of real estate, but I'm just gonna say nay anyway.
Okay. Okay, so nay. So that, I just needed to simplify the discussion related to the issues. And that was one issue that was getting sidetracked in many different ways. So we're gonna get past that. So now we're dealing with the tax rates as they have been advertised or less. Okay, so we will now, that's off the table, as they've been advertised or less. The budget as it's been advertised or less. So back to the motion on the table about, is there an appetite for doing a budget meeting, another budget meeting?
Yes, that motion's on the table.
Correct.
It's been seconded, we're just waiting for your date before we tell you.
So with that, since knowing there's no notice requirement related to rate setting, and it's only a notice requirement related to calling a special meeting, is 3 business days. So the soonest it could be called would be the 11th. Is that right?
6, 7, 8, yeah. The 10th
Or the 10th?
or the 14th.
Okay. Okay, so those are all in opportunity if there's, somebody would like to pick a date.
The 10th is the Westmoreland Board of Supervisors
Correct.
meeting that everybody wants to go to.
Okay, good point.
I propose the 12th.
We still have the 12th is, I will not be here on the 12th. You all are welcome to do this meeting. I will send in my notes.
The school board meeting is on the 12th, we can't be here if we do.
And the 13th is planning commission meeting.
14th?
I got the 11th
I got the.
or the 14th,
Which is Thursday.
which
Which is
Friday.
11th is good. It's 6 o'clock.
The 11th at 6 o'clock, which is at the EDC meeting, which I will then be missing, so please give my condolences to that if this goes through. So there's a proposal for the 11th at 6 o'clock. We still haven't voted on whether or not this meeting is happening. I'm just saying that there needs to be more definition to it, right?
I would amend the proposal that we meet on the 11th, 6 o'clock.
Okay. Is there a second to that amendment?
Second.
Okay. All right. Is there any further discussion on that? So right now, the motion on the table is the 11th at 6 o'clock to have a special budget meeting within the parameters of what has already been listed at public hearings. Okay, so I'm gonna vote on this motion. I'm gonna call for a vote on this motion.
Do we need a motion? I'll vote on the amendment first. That's the-
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, all in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Okay. Okay, all right. So now the motion with the amendment. Dr. Zoltali?
Aye.
Ms. Brown?
Aye.
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 Aye, all right, we're having more budget meetings. All right. On the 11th, budget meeting, putting it in my calendar right now.
And I would like to make a request since the
I have a
time is short.
question for clarification.
Yeah.
So this special meeting on the 11th, that is just to review the budget, but we are not providing any sort of revision. So at the end of that meeting is when we would get direction for anything.
My understanding is that the meeting is in order to get consensus on revisions,
To give direction.
to give directions. Is that everybody else's understanding of that? Yeah. Oh,
It has to be.
yes, okay.
And I'd like to make a request.
Yes, Mr. Williams.
I'd like to request that we get a copy of we've got the general budget and it has items in there. It says contract services, but we have no idea what they actually are. So I'd like to request that council gets a list of the contract costs.
Okay, I think some of the line items have it in the notes, but some maybe don't. So you just want clarity on anything that
Yes.
says contracts?
They're all in the notes, section of the budget.
No, not all of them.
I think what he's asking for is like an itemized list of like whatever the thing is and because they're grouped in the cost. So the individual contracts that we
How much is
support,
it?
and each one is. I'm not trying to speak for you. I think that's what you're trying to say.
Yes, I agree.
Are you asking for the lines that say contracts for professional services?
Yes.
Or do you have one, or you want information on that and the ones that say maintenance service contracts?
Both if it's not too much. Because those are the biggest.
Well, the maintenance service contracts, we're probably tied into agreements on those.
Yeah, they're signed agreements.
Right.
It's the contract for professional services that, are the higher contract.
Okay, so that would be sufficient.
Okay, let's focus it on that. All right. So,
Are there any other big questions that you have that you want to make sure we have in front of us and available to us?
I can't hear you.
I'm sorry. I said, are there any other big items in the budget or major items in the budget that you would like staff to further explain? I think, I don't want to put words in your mouth, but you asked for some numbers related to a different meals and lodging tax rate. Did you ask for that?
Yeah, what the 1% is. Yeah, if we could have that number. I mean, I think it's just cutting the 2% in half. Yes, Mr. Williams.
Am I understanding correctly? Earlier you said something about the plus 276,000. That's the difference with the increase in meals and lodging?
I didn't get that number either, Mr.
I
Williams.
asked for it specifically today and Lisa calculated it for me and I was just asking her to confirm that the difference in our income, if we go from, go up the 2% and the 4% would be $272,000 in increased income.
So I think it's a lot more than that. I think it's $400,000.
What we needed to balance the budget was the 270-some thousand, yes. I can get you the specific numbers of what it each was.
The reason why I was asking that is because I think our budget went up by 1.3 million, so we actually got an additional million in other revenues, cottage taxes, real estate, whatnot.
Well, if you look at each revenue line, item, you can see where the increases were. We did have some increase in real estate and personal property.
Thank you. It was mainly the contract stuff for me. I got all the other stuff written out, I guess.
Okay.
And also, if we could potentially identify the one-time cost stuff, because I know you can't balance your budget with, when you're money, but if we have a list of things like the items like Heather mentioned, video, audio, video, different things, where we could potentially look at pulling from other sources to help balance the budget.
I want to explain a little bit why those items are actually in your operating budget and not in your capital improvements budget, because they don't meet the requirement for capital improvement. So in order to purchase those items that are below that threshold, they actually go in the operating budget. So that kind of clears up what you're saying, why do we have this one-time purchase of the software in there? But along with that software, you also have maintenance service on those.
But you can't get it from somewhere else? I mean, you're saying, I get what you're saying, but we can't pull it from somewhere else if we wanted to?
That's up to you guys.
Okay, well, that's all I want to know. Thank you.
I think, okay. We'll get into that when we talk about the.
I think, Mr. William, if I understand, you're looking at if there's another source of funding other than the operating budget that we could use this year to balance this budget. You're not talking about moving them out of the operating budget
Correct.
forever.
Right.
The next time we need AV, we're not gonna talk about moving it out of the operating budget, right?
Correct.
You're okay with that being in an operating budget,
Mhm.
but this is a special case, is that what I'm understanding?
I think so, yes.
Thank you.
Just my 2 cents, yeah.
So like, one of this, just to track, and I think what I had heard you say before was that if we did not balance the budget with with taxes, that you would say we could balance the budget with ARPA funds.
I'm suggesting that there's other options that we should probably discuss in our next meeting, and that could be some of those discussions we have.
Okay. All right, so right now, we have set another budget meeting up for the 11th at 6 PM.
Do we vote for that? on there?
We did already vote for that, yep. Okay, so with that, we're still on unfinished business here. We are going to, I assume, defer voting for setting the tax rate? Well, I'm talking about the tax rate, not the budget. We still have to have a public hearing on that too, I understand. I'm still on A.
Oh, but that failed. It has to come up again if you want it to come up again. Okay.
I want to make sure we're moving on to B and that A has been satisfied by setting another budget meeting. Okay? That's good. All right, we're moving on to B. So B is the public hearing on the budget that has been proposed. Yes? Oh, would anybody like to come up? Heather has several emails, I believe.
Did you wanna, so we don't need an introduction or anything into item B?
Oh, I'm sorry, yeah. I felt like we've been talking about budget for the last 2.5 hours.
You wanna open up, just go straight to opening public hearing?
Natasha, what would you like to do?
Have a brief introduction, and then we can go into public hearing.
Okay, before you have Resolution 2324, proposal to adopt and appropriate fiscal year 25's budget and tax rates.
Oh, that's it? That's what you want to, okay. All right. All right, let's open up public comment. It's 9, oh yeah, I have to say the date, 9:28 PM.
The only person I have signed up is Anthony DeMonte.
Come on up.
Emails.
Here I come. Okay, I just heard a lot of discussion about the budgets and what you can and can't cut. And again, I defer to Dave. He brought up a couple of examples, and they may or may not be a lot of money. You know, the interns, the $2,000, however, a month or quarter for the radio station. I would hope on the radio station thing that before the town council approved that money, they challenged the radio station to find out if they had ever sought grants from the Virginia Broadcasting Corporation, from the FAA, from FEMA. If it's all about the emergency, you know, because of being an emergency broadcast, are they even in the emergency broadcast network, the federal network, that automatically will send information to them? The radio station doesn't operate 24 hours a day, so if we have an emergency at 9 o'clock at night, who the hell knows? I think it's a waste of money. Okay, but that aside, there's gotta be places you can cut. For example, you have a marketing department supposed to build up tourism. My question is, what kind of return on investment is the town getting out of the marketing department? You're funding it, but what kind of return? How much has tourism increased? You have a Parks and Rec department that doesn't do anything that I can see. There's no programs for the kids in the summer, there's no programs for the elderly, there's nothing. They put out a calendar, but most of the stuff that's on the calendar were events that were going on long before there was a Park and Recs department. These are the kind of things that I challenge the town manager and the council to tear apart the budget and look at it. You know, the school budget, I understand you have to match a certain amount of money, but does anybody ever challenge the school budget, what they're putting in that budget? That we really as citizens need to pay for? Other than for education and books and stuff, what other foo-foo stuff is going on? You know, I defer to Mr. Allison there. You work on government budgets. I did for the best part of 26 years. I went through it in the 70s when there was a lot of problems in spending. It was nothing for the controller to come down and say, you need to cut 5% out of your budget. I don't care where it comes from. You need to cut 5% from last year's budget. Left it up to us to figure out where it was going to come from, whether it was laying people off, whether it was freezing promotions, freezing hiring. There are options. And I understand, you know, last meeting we said, well, we cut it as much as we can. I don't think you did. I think what you did is you accepted what the departments brought in. You looked at some of the food and said, take this out, but this is the budget. Okay, how much has the administrative staff of the town increased in the last 2 years? Not just in dollars, but people and dollars. And I'm talking about the directors, assistant directors, secretaries, not the blue collar workers that are out there doing the work, but the overhead. How much has that increased in 2 years? I can't believe that there's not room in the budget to cut, to save. Even if it's a temporary thing till we get through this stupid inflation thing and get rid of Biden. You know, it's just, if you freeze the budget for 2 years, we've done it. We went through it in the federal government. The budget was froze for 2 years in the 70s. In 1975, we were working off a 1973 budget and living off of it. I don't know if they still do that, but that's the way it was when during the Carter administration and when inflation was bad, the mortgage rates were in the teens back then, if any of you were alive and remember that. You know, there's places we have to cut. Every time you make a move to raise taxes, we have to find something to cut out of our budget. So every time meat goes from $5 to $7 a pound, we got to find a way to pay for it. Nobody comes and gives us money. We just have to live with it. We have to cut something out. Anyhow, I guess my time's up. Please.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Please, do your just duties.
Is there anybody else signed up?
Nobody signed up, but I had one comment.
Okay.
It's from Paige Williams on the budget. It says, greeting council. Council as a whole needs to go back to the drawing board like Westmoreland County did. Make cuts in this budget and it can be done. Get creative, like I said before, and find solutions such as my idea to create a tax on abandoned, empty, and dilapidated buildings. Each one of you as a council member needs to come together, take your time, make cuts, reduce spending, and don't just rubber stamp this budget. This is not the town manager's budget, this is not the CFO's budget, this is the town council's budget, and it is your fiduciary responsibility. I'm hoping that council will seriously take into consideration making budget cuts. Here are a few that I think should be cut. I could list many more, but I won't. Town council cuts, professional contract services for $22,000. Economic development cuts, tourism related $6,000, town hosted events $2,500, marketing $18,000. I truly believe that if you just focus on making the town more attractive, as in Colonial Avenue, Washington, and residential areas, you won't have to spend money on bringing people here. Create an ordinance to get rid of dilapidated houses in residential neighborhoods, and create a tax on abandoned, empty, and dilapidated buildings to encourage property owners to not hold on to abandoned buildings. Go visit Kilmarnock if you haven't already. Next is town manager cuts. Assistant town manager for $105,508. Town manager intern, $70,000. Town manager position at $145,350 should not need an assistant town manager and 3 interns. Contract for professional services, $60,000. Travel, $10,000. Parks and Rec cuts, assistant to Parks and Rec director for $29,451.24. Police department cuts, contracts for professional services for $37,079. Subsistence and lodging, $8,500. Much more could be cut. Planning cuts, contracts for professional services, $185,000. Grant writer, around $77,000. We currently do not have a grant writer, so it should not be in the budget. Human resources, contracts for professional services, $15,000. What you do need is a receptionist to answer the phone. Many citizens are upset that no one will answer the phone at town hall. That's unprofessional. $13,000 in subscriptions. Council already voted to spend $20,000 to fix the much needed sound system. That's enough, at least for right now. $2,000 for WWER. The mayor suggested that wasn't much money, and yes, she is correct. However, it's the principle, and it's not right even if it was $1. There are many more I could mention, but I hope you will consider these. This is the town council's budget. And that's it for budget.
Is there anybody else? Come on in.
Good evening. My name is Joyce Gunderson. I live at 912 Bryan Avenue. We all want to we love our little town. We want to have things, and I do understand that. I would love for you to go and look through the budget cuts. One of the suggestions, I know we looked at the hospitality tax, and one of the suggestions over the years, and I still think that we need to address it, about having a beach tag. I know that Stone Harbor, New Jersey, all the Jersey Shore have some sort of a beach tag. So that people that come, everybody on the beach has to pay for a beach tag. You can own a home and you buy a beach tag for your whole house for $50. So think about if everybody buys a beach tag, but then there's daily beach tags. Now the question is, who's gonna, be down the beach and taking up the money and stuff. I don't know all the particulars, but I know every time I'm on the Jersey Shore, I gotta have a beach tag on my hand. And that is the way they pay for their police force, for the trash cans to be emptied and some of that. So that way it is getting some of the tourists. So we're trying to get some of the money from the tourists. So that's just, I think we've got to work. And I think that hospitality tax and the food tax was okay. We're trying to think so we don't have to raise tax. So let's all put our heads together and try to come up and maybe go to other towns and find out how they're getting money, okay? So food for thought. While I have y'all's attention, and I am willing to put a speed bump on Jackson Street and I will pay for it. So see, I got y'all's attention. Thank you.
I have passed that on, by the way, several times. I will continue to.
It will not be in the budget, I promise.
All right, so, with that, is there anybody else for the public hearing, for the budget? Okay. I think they're gonna share the speed bump on Jackson. All right, I'm gonna conclude the public hearing at 9:39 PM for the record. And I assume we're deferring this till after the budget meeting.
I would move that we don't take council action. I mean, I would say we don't take council action, so we don't need a motion to do that. We just-
Yeah, if I don't have a motion, I'm gonna move on to the next item.
I do have one additional request for finance if possible. Oh God, where'd it go? Oh, shoot. I'll reserve the right to ask you again in a minute.
Okay.
It was right there.
All right. Moving forward with the CIP, we are holding the public hearing for the CIP. There's no council action tonight on the CIP.
I have Nigel Long.
Come on.
Nigel Long, 115 Lynn Court. I think the CIP is difficult for everybody to understand in terms of what it's presenting. I think it's very difficult to understand when those monies are going to be expended. I think it's very difficult to understand what funds might be available, what methods of financing there are in the CIP, and therefore presenting that. I understand it's what's been done historically. I would hope that maybe the Planning Commission could help you by creating a format that's more friendly for you to understand and for us to understand. Clearly, nobody's going to spend $9,500 on a new town building in one calendar year. You know, there are ways that would be financed if it's the right thing to do. There are grants potentially available for doing stuff like that. There's maybe revenue that could come in from other areas to fund it. As it's presented, I think you have a very hard time in managing the CIP, and I would suggest for future years, and maybe I have a slight self-interest in that, but suggest for future years that we have a better presentation figured out for that process.
Amen. All right. Is there anybody else for CIP?
Email comments.
Okay, let's do the emails.
Do it again. First up is Will Knuckles. He said the following should be taken under consideration and read aloud during item 9C, public hearing for adopting the 2025 to 2030 capital improvement plan. Before delving into any particular item in the capital improvement plan, I would like to raise what I see as a significant deficiency in the CIP presentation generally. The plan as presented indicates priority items for future capital improvements that are funded either by the town directly through a grant or through a combination of grant and town funding. The deficiency lies in that the lines that indicate both town funding and grant funding do not explain either the intent or the statutory minimum percentage to be covered by the town funds. In other words, it doesn't explain what the cost share is for the town for the grant money that it could receive. I realize that on some items that is not known, but for other items such as USACE grants, it is pretty formulated. Thank you. To give another example, it would be remiss of the town manager to fail to indicate what the town cost share for the $850,000 2024 Dwight Avenue extension or the $1 million 2025 Dwight Avenue extension listed in the CIP. Another general problem that seems to repeat itself when the CIP is discussed is that the CIP is presented simply as an aspirational document and not related to the budget. I could understand this as it relates to funding years which are considerably down the road. However, the document indicates that there are intentions to seek out grants which would require town cost share both in 2024 and 2025. How those items line up with or fail to line up with the current budget presentation, which has yet to be voted on by town council, is unnecessarily unclear. Getting down to specifics, it is alarming that the items that the public consistently call for, such as improvements in pedestrian transportation safety, which is usually simply sidewalk repair or in some cases sidewalk creation, is insufficient in the CIP. The CIP even leaves the line for planning for this topic as listed as $0, other than a sidewalk study for $5,000, and that study would be limited solely to the business district. Perhaps the most alarming item listed in the CIP is the new municipal center, police station, and town hall. With the cost listed at $10,450,000, the CIP proposes in 2024 an expenditure of just shy of $1 million on this idea, and in 2025 it anticipates $9.5 million to be spent, with an indication that this would be a combination of grant funding and taxpayer-supplied town funding, but no indication as to where that cost share break would be. Given the considerable problems we are facing with sustainability, particularly with having a viable sewage treatment and stormwater management system, the fact that this appears as a priority for 2024 and 2025 is incredibly alarming. With no significant town hall meetings, public hearings, or other significant community outreach, indicating that a new municipal center that would cost over $10 million being a priority for 2024 and 2025 seems grossly out of place and at a bare minimum. Even if these ideas do come to fruition eventually, they should be moved to the budget years of 2026 or beyond, even in an aspirational document such as the CIP. Additional CIP presentation items, which on the surface look quite hard to digest, include Eleanor Park improvements and park playground equipment, which combine to come to a total of $150,000. But while those items have totals on the right side of the spreadsheet, they don't occur in any year within the plan. It is not clear whether that means to indicate that the expenses would occur beyond the date of the CIP, or whether someone simply failed to indicate what year they would occur. For line item 51, grant flood prep, it was peculiar to see that the plan indicates no interest in seeking funding that is available from the state. Whether this line is to indicate on the ground physical preparations or planning, or even simply capacity building, there are funding opportunities available for all of those. And I can't understand from this CIP whether the lack of effort to secure such funding indicates a lack of knowledge that the funding exists, or an indication as a policy that flood preparedness is not a priority for the town. Under utility fund supported projects, specifically the sewer fund, it would be good to indicate whether or not the items in the CIP are anticipated to be optional expenditures, or if there is some nexus between the expenditures anticipated in the CIP and the expected consent order, which is still pending from the Department of Environmental Equality. Next one is from Mr. Kelly. It says, I am writing to request that the council amend the CIP worksheet on page 1, line 30. This line is labeled New Municipal Center and Police Station. This line item needs to be reduced for fiscal year 24 to reflect the cost of 800 Colonial Avenue of $550,000 and eliminate the $9.5 million entirely for the FY25. A better idea is to first provide funding for what's needed and affordable. In 2008, a comprehensive review of space needs for the town was conducted. That report estimated total space needs was 30,000 square feet, which translates in current construction costs between $12,780,000 and $25,320,000. This looks like town staff is asking the planning commission to sign on to recommending a new building without any current public input on this specific item. There needs to be public comment and more study before you go down this path. The CIP worksheet is a living document needed for good governance and not a wish list. Please limit the CIP budget to funding an updated complete review of the town's needs and how those identified needs can be met most cost effectively for the town and its taxpayers. Thanks for your consideration of my comments. And then last one from Ms. Williams. These items should be removed from the capital improvement plan. Number one, the new $10 million town center. Not needed. We don't need a committee for it either if you don't build it. If the CIP is a wish list, why are we buying property to fulfill wish lists? Number two, James Monroe Bike Path. We do not need it, and I do not want my tax dollars going towards it, grant or no grant. Grants aren't free. Number three, a new parking garage. They are very expensive, and we do not need one if we keep the Wilder lot for Dawson's last phase. The Wilder lot is extremely important to the downtown area for businesses and beachgoers. Number 4, sidewalk study. Waste the money, fix the sidewalks, just do it. Fix them slowly, one by one. Baby steps, and I think citizens would appreciate the effort, and you would definitely get more respect. Number 5, I&I study. Hasn't this already been done by the contractor Dewberry? Why are we doing another one? This council does way too many studies and spends too much money on contracts for professional services, in my opinion. Thank you for your service and thanks for listening. Sincerely, Kate Williams. That's it.
Okay. I am going to close the public hearing then at 9:50 p.m. We don't have to take action on this. I will tell you that a lot of those concerns that were in those comments, I have as well. I think the document is not well prepared, and I think it should go back to the planning commission. I think there are several items that are listed in 2024. If we have not already planned to have the grants to fund them, they shouldn't be in 2024. Point blank, they should move down. That's a pretty simple thing to do on the spreadsheet. There are several also line items that have a subtotal, but no year allocated to them. I found that to be, I don't know where the error in that is. The point of the funding, duly noted as well. It says general fund at the top, but then in the next section, it says sources of funding. It gives 5 or 6 different kinds of funding. It's very unclear. This document may have been based on a document that we've used before, but it has not been edited in the proper way, and I think it needs to go back to the planning commission and get fixed and corrected.
So moved.
Referred back. Can I have a second? All right, is there further discussion on that? Mr. Williams?
I agree with you. I think that citizens would like to, I would personally like to understand this a little bit more. It is confusing. Anyway, so I support sending it back. I do think we need to give them a little bit of direction so that they're not floundering when they get it back. So I don't know if we have any specifics or if we as council members can individually email them our suggestions. I don't know how you guys want to do that. I know Mr. Dooley, the planning commission members would email you separately for suggestions on certain things. Is that something appropriate for town council to do?
I would like Pal to weigh in on that, because I've kind of been told in the past to not give my direction at planning commission level or influence at that level. I'm happy to discuss it right now, Mr. Williams, to your point, at the council level, but, so I just want to make sure.
Well, I think town council can direct planning commission to take another look at it. I don't think town council can get much more in details. I mean, there could be some suggestions that you want, but usually the representative on the planning commission is there as a liaison to council. It probably doesn't participate in the actual detailed discussions, so it's.
I think they could take the public comment we've heard.
Yeah.
And I'd also like to send them your
Well,
comments that
Mr.
you just made.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
Mr.
sorry.
Allison did ask to be recognized.
I was just gonna say that, I think the council could send their questions or comments about this to the liaison. The liaison could then present our questions at the meeting and identify where our process or thoughts are on where these things could happen. And then the planning commission could take that into consideration as they develop the new proposed capital.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that would work.
Okay, you up for that, Mr. Williams?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just adding that we said, you just made some very good comments, your concerns. And if we can transcribe those from the recording and share it through Mr. Williams with them also.
Okay, we can do that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I have more, I'll email you too. I was just kind of doing the highlights. Okay.
Madam Mayor, before we go into new business, I remembered my question.
Oh, yes, go right ahead.
There's been a lot of comments about we shouldn't be supporting our community radio station. I just would like to know if we could get the details on what the process is that allows NGOs to get support from the town, which organizations have been getting grants over the years, and is there a criteria in place for approving those grants? I know downtown Colonial Beach, the Chamber, the Humane Society get small grants, and that the Rescue Squad and Fire Department get larger grants, and are there others that get grants that are non-governmental organizations and NGOs in town? It's not just the radio station is what I'm getting at. And I think maybe if we knew what they were and what the criteria was in us awarding those grants, I think it's approved by the town manager, but I'm not sure.
There's actually an ordinance, and I don't know what it is off the top of my head, but I can,
Yeah.
with Heather, we can find it.
Yeah, that would be good.
Okay.
So we're not just picking on one community service organization, but we're applying whatever our criteria are across the board.
Okay. All right, next is the parking ordinance. We have a draft in our packet. We are asked to set a public hearing date for July 17th on this, or another time. That's just the proposed possible date.
Is this, just a question, is this statutory, like, budget, or is this?
Would you like to defer it, Mr. Williams?
Oh, no, I was just asking that. This is a
Oh,
question.
okay.
And it seems like you want to.
Go right ahead, Mr. Dillon.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and members of council. Before I get started, I wanted to make one addition. There was to a sentence that was left out of the packet you have. On the draft version of Article 13, as well as on the clean version, under Section 13-2A, number 3, it should say, on that first line, it should say parking lot, and the word lot is left out of that. So that'll provide a little bit better clarity. So I wanted to make the council aware of that before I start the presentation. That said, next slide, please. So the zoning text amendment 2402 is a town initiative to review and update the town's parking ordinance under Article 13 of the Colonial Beach zoning ordinance, and to amend the definition of historic structure to historic resource within Article 20, which is our code's definitions, to enable eligible and designated historic resources to qualify for reduced off-street parking, to incentivize the preservation of their historic integrity where necessary. Zoning text amendment 2402 is now before the town council for review and action. Next slide. The Planning Commission identified revisions and updates to Article 13 parking as a quarter 3, quarter 4 priority in its 23-24 work plan. The targeted goal was to develop greater flexibility and/or creative parking alternatives to supplement the town's current off-street parking provisions to facilitate development and meet community parking needs, and fundamentally to try to be more business friendly or provide another tool for business friendliness in town. The proposed revisions also address omitted development standards that are typically found in other communities for parking lot development and design to promote the public's health, safety, and welfare. Next slide. The proposed change to Article 13 was a collaboration of the Planning Commission staff and the town attorney during the Planning Commission meetings of February 8th, March 14th, and April 11th, 2024. The commission unanimously recommended approval of zoning text amendment 2308 to the town council during its meeting of April 11th by a vote of 7-0. No public comments were received by the commission during its review of the parking ordinance, including during the public hearing on April 11th. Next slide. So real briefly, the commission's primary recommended change to Article 13 involved the following updates generally. Article 13-1 clarifies that required off-street parking and landscaping must be provided for the establishment or expansion of non-residential building structures and land uses requiring parking. However, no new residential parking is required for expansions to existing residential buildings, including multifamily, that do not create additional units. Article 13-2 provides alternative parking approaches to create flexibility and efficiency in accommodating required off-street parking, parking for land uses and parking for land uses in town. This includes permitting reciprocal parking agreements, flexible off-street parking requirements, allowance for off-street parking onto other properties with conditional use permit, and reduced parking for historic resources to preserve their historic integrity if deemed necessary. Under Article 13-4, both compact and golf cart parking, which is being added, are permitted to count toward required non-residential off-street parking for up to a maximum of 30%. And that 30% maximum is carrying over into what our existing code already says. We just have not included parking in the past, or golf cart parking in the past, which is being recommended to be added. The commission's also the parking stall and vehicular drive aisle dimensions have been proposed to standardize vehicular design of our parking lots in town. Articles 13-6 and 13-7 actually complement Article 13-5 to standardize basic parking lot design features such as the standard width of landscape planters, 5 feet, maximum height of parking lot light poles, pedestrian paths of travel, and the location of curb cuts for driveway aprons, etc. Finally, Article 13-9, which is our parking matrix, that has a list of all of the uses and their corresponding parking requirements. This includes adding efficiency / studio units and accessory apartment units. Each require 1 parking space for each type of land use. These uses are actually codified elsewhere in the code, but they're not in the actual matrix. So the Planning Commission wanted to add them within the matrix to create a little bit more continuity in finding the parking requirements in our code. And then next slide, there we go. So under Article 20 for definitions, talking a little bit more about historic resources, the definition of historic structure is proposed to be changed or renamed to historic resource. With that is a modification to the definition. What it does is it expands the definition of historic resource types for the purpose of enabling reduced off-street parking to preserve a resource's historic integrity if necessary. So what the definition we currently have is really kind of all over the place. I've done historic preservation, meet Secretary of Interior's professional qualifications for 20 odd years, and the definition of our historic structures in our code are just kind of all over the place. Then we'll seem to correspond to a CLG sort of definition, which we're not a certified local government, so wanted to create more continuity. And what I'm proposing for the definition, a little bit more straightforward, to say any building, structure, object, site, district, or contributor to the historic district as identified in the National Register Bulletin 15 that is deemed eligible for inclusion in the Virginia Landmarks Register by the Virginia Board of Historic Resources, or the National Register of Historic Places by the keeper of the National Register of Historic Places, or has been designated and listed in the Virginia Landmarks Register, the National Register of Historic Places, or by resolution of the Colonial Beach Town Council as a locally designated historic landmark or district. So these types of resources this definition really broadens it and aligns more with the National Register of Historic Places and National Register Bulletin 15, which is what the Department of the Interior, as well as SHPOs around the country, use to evaluate types of historic resources. So this provides a more inclusive and more consistent definition how historic designations are identified and evaluated. using National Register Bulletin 15. Next slide, fiscal impact. At this time, no fiscal impacts have been specifically identified with proposed changes to Article 13. So recommendation, staff recommends that the town council direct staff to schedule a public hearing on zoning text amendment 2402, excuse me. To schedule a public hearing on zoning text amendment as drafted with any town council directed revisions received tonight. Alternatively, the council could direct staff to make council revisions to Article 13 and or Article 20 and return to the council for a final review before setting a public hearing. The council could also remand the proposed revisions to Article 13 and or Article 20 back to the Planning Commission for further study and consideration based on council feedback tonight, or retain Article 13 and Article 20 as currently codified without any changes. And with that, happy to answer any questions of the council.
Madam Mayor? Yes. Forgive me, it's late and my brain's not working really well. Does this require a public hearing at the planning commission level?
It already had.
It already has?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
On April
And then
11th.
they forwarded it to us?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
I have several concerns about the changes, so I would not be ready to set a public hearing at this time, and I'd like some time to review those concerns with it, or reverting it back to the planning commission again. It was interesting to me that I saw that the goal of these changes by the planning commission and why it was on their work plan was to create greater flexibility, be creative, and be business friendly. I find several regulations going more stringent, creating bigger parking lots, making it more difficult for businesses to open and meet these requirements. And I'm not sure it accomplishes that particular goal.
If I may, Madam Mayor, the broader intent is to try to utilize parking lots that are currently underutilized in town. And things like, for example, having reciprocal parking agreements would enable businesses to be able to use parking off-site for their uses, so long as that both property owners have opposite peak periods of parking demand.
Yes, I saw the reciprocal agreement, but prior, our parking ordinances with several pages less than this. This is considerably more restriction and regulation. It also allowed for the zoning administrator to make exceptions to things. This has changed the terminology from zoning administrator to the director of development for many different authorizations, as well as the authority to ask for engineered planning diagrams and parking diagrams for even the smallest modifications to structures. It removes any non-residential use located within 500 feet of a municipally owned parking lot was exempt from this ordinance, and it removes that contingency. It also requires all of our historic downtown region to meet parking requirements and removes their exception as well. I think there's a lot of concerns in this that go far beyond the goal. So if we want to be more business friendly in it, then I would suggest we get the businesses to get us more feedback about it, which has not happened because nobody came and commented at the public comment or the planning commission. So why don't we spend some time getting some comments from businesses and people that are going through this process, trying to open up and develop these areas, about if this would help them meet their parking needs or whether it would be a deterrent.
Madam Mayor?
Yeah.
Could Mr. Williams, elaborate any on how these decisions were, since you're the liaison, were you at this meeting or public hearing? Can you elaborate any further on how they came up with these seemingly more restrictive?
Mr. Dooley's probably better. I didn't really see, like, nobody said anything, like with the mayor saying like, oh my God, this is horrible. Nobody was saying anything like that, so I didn't really get this, but I can see where there would be concern. Actually, one of the things on the agenda I have is business downtown parking, so maybe I was gonna suggest in that discussion that we possibly get all the businesses together and the stakeholders and have a discussion, so maybe this could be a piece of that. And then the mayor can bring her concerns to some discussion like that, because we didn't get that kind of feedback at the meeting from any of the commission members that I remember. Did we, Mr. Dooley?
Correct, that's correct.
I honestly, we have a lot going on in the county, and I did not go through this particular change with a fine tooth comb, so I would respect the mayor's concerns, and I would suggest we send it back.
Send it back. And maybe in the meantime, we can get more feedback to Ms. Williams, what is gonna, and on the details. I think sometimes this particular ordinance is not a fun one to read, to be totally honest with you. It is way in the weeds. And only because I have, in my profession, applied the ordinance multiple times to permits, that I understand exactly how important how this is worded is going to affect people in that process. And actually, I felt like our prior parking ordinance, while maybe needed some clarity on certain things that were being brought up, which I could understand, did not need to be any more restrictive. Like this even says the size of the planter box they have to have, and I mean, and where that has to be, and there's a 5-foot minimum. It makes what could have been a more efficient parking lot into a lot of added extras, making it possibly impossible to ever meet the parking requirements for some of the new businesses that may want to open here. And so I think it's hard to apply it though, unless you're like kind of super into it. It's not that interesting. I get it. I'm a nerd in this particular sector. So, but yeah, I'd love to bring those up.
Can we
with more people.
get a list from you to bring to them, and that any other
Sure.
council members similar to the other?
I think some of the questions is, like, so the parking lot shall have and maintain and require, the perimeter of all parking lots shall be landscaped using combination of trees and shrubs. Does the towns, all of our parking lots have all those things? I mean, we're talking about adding potential funding issues of fixing our parking lots with some of this stuff.
If, Madam Mayor, if I may, just to provide a little bit of context, some of the additions for the landscaping provisions already codified in the code, but there's no specific, in most cases, there's no continuity in terms of how much, where, what, that sort of thing. It's
That's to provide flexibility though. That's kind of the intent, to not overly regulate it to the point that it is.
I understand, and what staff was trying to achieve with the planning commission was creating consistency and continuity, which is pretty ubiquitous in zoning codes. And so that was the purpose for providing more definition within the code, is just to bring it up to what is typically found. Obviously, if the council feels otherwise, we can certainly make changes, but from staff's perspective, we're just trying to bring the code up so it's baseline and consistent and predictable.
Why don't we give him some specificity of exactly what we're looking for?
I think we're asking it to go back to the planning commission.
Just to comment on what you just said, that's really great if you're developing new areas. We live in a town that's over 100 years old, and we gotta live with our existing property lines. And we don't wanna make it difficult for a new little business to come into town because they can't get a 5-foot planter in their parking lot.
And if I may, Councilmember Sullivan, to be clear, what this ordinance does, if somebody comes in and they have a brand new piece of property that's undeveloped, these most of these provisions are going to apply, or there's going to be applicability, right? But if somebody is coming in and redeveloping an existing site using the existing footprint of the building, the existing lot as it is, the only thing they're going to fundamentally have to do is to, if they expand the building or the use, and it requires parking, then they would have to provide that additional on-site parking for that expansion and to provide any additional landscaping that would be required under the code. That's kind of how fundamentally I think this parking ordinance is going to play out long-term. But it also provides the ability for other ways of achieving on-site parking. So we're not double counting parking along the street. We're trying to provide and create some new parking on-site where possible, but only if somebody is adding onto their building or expanding a land use that requires additional parking. It's only for that incremental amount that we're looking for the additional parking to be provided on site.
I do not read it that way.
Yeah, and I just don't agree that that's the only, so the building that I'm in, I don't own it.
Pardon?
But I don't own the building that I'm in. I rent my little space, there are 4 apartments and 2 commercial spaces, and now there's a new business space in there. There is some sort of grandfathered agreement with the town that our parking is the municipal parking lot.
That's
We
in
don't
this
have
ordinance.
parking.
And
Yeah,
that's being removed.
yeah, and we don't have, so if I wanted to add an extra 5 feet to make another bathroom in the building, if I was to ever purchase it, which I don't think is likely, but I mean, that's really restrictive.
Well, the ordinance also provides for if you're within 500 feet of a municipal parking lot, that you're exempted from the parking ordinance.
No, you struck that out.
No, ma'am. I have it, what I'm looking at here at, find this section.
13.2, top of the page, number 1.
There you go. Any transitory or non-residential use located within 500 feet of a municipal owned parking lot shall be exempt from this ordinance.
The building I'm talking about is a mixed use, there are 4 residences in it.
And it's not transitory, it's not always transitory. Is it employee transitory?
Well, the transitory definition talks about if a use is.
Do you see why it was just clear to just simply say that if you were within 500 feet of a municipal parking lot, this ordinance didn't apply to you? And then somebody that was in a historic zone in which was gonna be very difficult to meet parking requirements would say, whew, okay, this is a good place to do this investment because I'll be able to meet it. Yes, Ms. Brown.
Sorry, I'm chomping at the bit. I did speak with town manager Ms. Tucker earlier. There is one part of it that I do like, there's a lot I don't agree with. I don't agree with my other fellow council members, but the one point I do think is in the right direction is that reciprocal parking. So for example, if there is an event at the fire station and we need crazy parking, we can maybe have an agreement with the Baptist Church on Jackson Street that they would let us park there for the evening. So I like the idea of the reciprocal parking.
Yeah, I do too.
As far as a lot of this, I'm very hesitant to put more restrictions, A, on new businesses, but B, and I'll be very frank here, we don't enforce what we have. There are homes in this town that raccoons live in. So until we get rid of the derelict dumpsters up and down the streets, I don't really want to put more restrictions. We can't enforce what we have now.
So that's just simply a staffing issue.
Yes, it's a staffing issue. So if we can't enforce rotting homes that wild animals live in, and the electricity is still on, may I add, we can't enforce that. And I've sent numerous emails to the correct email address that's provided. I've never gotten a response. I've done it anonymously. I've done it as a councilwoman. And I can't get a response on that. I'm very hesitant to include more restrictions that won't be enforced. It's silly.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think the mutual agreement part was creative and pro-business. Yes, Mr. Wood.
One thing I do have concerns with is the double, triple, quadruple counting of parking. do think that, I do want the planning commission to make sure that's addressed. Is that
Well,
something?
what I was referring to is on our, for example, in the recreation, right here along Washington, where we allow for transitory uses to count on-site, count the required off-site parking if they're within 500 feet, basically, where there's on-street parking, they can count that toward their off-street parking requirement. And so what's happening is that you have businesses that are out there right now that don't have on-site parking or maybe have very little. And to meet the parking requirements, they're counting off-street parking to count toward that. So what happens over time is you have a higher and higher demand for street parking because everybody's using that to satisfy their off-street parking requirement. That's what I was referring to.
Right, yeah.
So I was looking for ways to, again, to try to utilize,
Right.
underutilized parking
But
lots.
what we don't want is more parking lots and bigger parking lots all over the place because people otherwise can't come in and start business here unless they have a giant parking lot next to them. We want to encourage walkability. And even in our parking study, the number of spaces that existed downtown was sufficient for the demands that we have. It was just that people needed to better utilize them. So I don't think counting on-street parking is a bad thing. I think the whole point of counting on-street parking is to get people to park and walk around. And that's what we want. And to use a parking space for 5 minutes, but not count it that it's used all day, because that's not true. And so, I don't know that it hits the goal. That's my biggest concern with it, but that's the biggest reason I wanted to go back to the planning commission, I guess. And I can be more specific and spend, time giving more specifics of each page.
It would be helpful for staff and I think for the commission to, again, if the council had specific direction or what they like or don't like, and then the staff can work, I think, a bit more efficiently with the planning commission to correct the deficiencies the council sees with the revisions.
Yes.
Question, when we talk about within all parking lots, the minimum vehicular drive aisle width shall be as follows, and it gives specific dimensions. Did we go measure the things that we have currently? Because I know some of these different alleyways are not 12 feet, not 20, those kind of things. So if we're putting in things in our ordinance, we need to make sure that we're putting in actuals for what we currently have, or specifically say stuff that's currently there passes the test because, that kind of stuff.
And that's fundamentally what happens with the existing developed lots that are out there. The minimum drive aisle width the parking stall dimensions are fundamentally codified for the most part, with the exception of like golf carts and a few other things. But fundamentally, the aisle widths, the other dimensions that have been proposed here, it's just follow mainstream zoning codes and are easily within range of 90% of your parking ordinances that I've worked with or seen.
For another example, like some of these talk about parallel parking and stuff like that, that the minimum have to be 22 feet.
Yes, sir.
So are you accounting that as part of our Irving Avenue beach area?
I'm counting it as on-site, if somebody wanted to do on-site parking, because you can't assume that everyone can, every parcel is going to be alike. And so there might be opportunities for parallel parking that wouldn't be provided for angled or 90-degree parking stalls.
I just want to make sure we provide flexibility and we're creative and that we are being more business friendly, not less in the ordinance. That's the goal. That's the goal that was up on the screen. And
But Madam Mayor, I was going to say, if I may, and I was upset about this. I've been working with the Acostas with the fire escape grill, trying to do an outdoor patio that is literally tables and planters. And they've been trying to do it since March, and they wanted to open it by Memorial Day. And I feel that maybe council as well, I don't want to throw people on the bus, but I feel like us the staff kind of failed them. They wanted to open that patio by Memorial Day. And a big portion of the issue was the parking there. And they actually have a parking gravel lot, and it's probably the biggest privately owned parking lot other than Riverboat. They have a pretty decent sized parking lot. And as a small family owned business, they weren't able to open their patio because they were told they had to hire an engineer for putting tables and planters. And then, you know, all this, and that was absurd. And that was communicated back in March, and they've just now opened their patio. So again, this goes back to parking. I don't know where this parking stuff has come from. I think it's very strange. And that's a business right there that has suffered loss, money, income on Memorial Day weekend because we couldn't tell them they couldn't put 8 tables in a parking lot with planters. And they needed to hire an engineer. And there was no patio being built. There was nothing permeable. There was no pergola. It's 8 tables and planters. And this goes back to the parking thing. I think it's just ridiculous. It's gonna hurt businesses, and it already has.
Well, I think it also goes back to the frustration. You're short-staffed, we know that, you're understaffed, but the frustration that some businesses and home builders are dealing with in trying to get their projects finished and approved, we're hearing it all day, every day. And so I don't want to make anything more restrictive until we're functioning effectively now.
And I think when you are short-staffed and you do have all that workload to do, maybe adding 6 pages to the parking ordinance is not where the time management needs to be. I mean, maybe it's getting through, using the flexibility that's available within the code in order to get permits through, you know.
And we don't enforce code already.
Perhaps,
Madam Mayor.
Yeah.
perhaps a good use of our time here in Mr. Dooley's time is that it seems pretty obvious that we're going to refer it back to the planning commission. If we can go ahead and give him some specificity on improvements, because I think we're starting to get where it's more heat than light at this point. You know?
I'll email them to David as liaison, and then like the other, topic, for something.
If anybody else has any too, so.
Perfect.
I would tentatively put this back on then for planning commission, July or August.
Yeah, sounds good.
But if Councilman Williams, when you collect those, if you can collect those comments as soon as feasibly possible, that would be helpful.
Sounds good, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I just wanna make sure we're not setting a public hearing date, and I wanna make sure we make a motion so that there's official action to refer it back to the planning commission. All in favor?
Aye.
Okay, next up, CUP application. Are they here?
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
At least Ms. Norris is here. Right, next slide, please. So in summary, conditional use permit 2401 is a request by Mary and Joseph Norris to construct a 400 square foot accessory apartment unit on their property at 310 Mimosa Avenue in the general residential R2 district zone. The proposed accessory dwelling is located at the rear of the property. Conditional use permit approval is required under Article 6-4, Table 6-4.3 of the Colonial Beach zoning ordinance, as the applicant's accessory apartment will exceed 25% of the habitable space of their existing 1,303 square foot dwelling unit on the property. And actually, the total apartment will consist of 30.6% of the actual area of their, or equivalent to 30.6% of the actual dwelling area of their house on the property. Clarification. Next slide. This just provides a location map showing the location of the Norris's property. And there's a unimproved alley located immediately to the rear, which the accessory apartment parking space will take access from. Next slide, we'll see that. Or I guess 2 slides, you can see that. Proposed one-story accessory apartment unit will be located on a 12,071 square foot lot, 3 feet from the applicant's rear property line, adjacent to an unimproved alley. As mentioned, 1 parking space is provided for the accessory apartment unit, and as I mentioned, vehicular access will come from the adjacent alley to the rear, that you can see in the slide. The accessory apartment will consist of 400 square feet on a 20 by 20 building pad that will meet all required development standards. The impervious surface coverage will not exceed 24.7% of the lot. The accessory apartment has been designed to reflect the architectural character of the property owner's home as well as the surrounding properties. There you can just illustrate where the proposed accessory apartment unit is. And then there are parking spaces located immediately opposite the location of the dwelling unit, accessory apartment, and their existing house is fronting Mimosa Avenue. The next slide. And this just illustrates the Norris's existing property. This is their home as it exists facing Mimosa Avenue, and their proposed accessory dwelling unit located to the rear adjacent to the alley has been illustrated here to show you the comparability to the architectural style of their house. Next slide. So administrative processing. The applicant's plans for conditional use permit 2401 were received on March 21st, 2024. The plans were presented to the Planning Commission for public hearing on May 9th. No public comments were received on the applicant's project. The Planning Commission adopted Resolution 2404 by a vote of 5-0-2 with Commissioners Mack and Hutchins absent to recommend approval of the conditional use permit to the Town Council. The Commission also added Condition 5 during the meeting. However, staff is recommending that it be deleted as unnecessary for the operation or need of the development of the accessory apartment unit. So the conditional use permit 2401 is now before the Town Council for your review and action. Just to provide some context for the council, the required findings for approving a conditional use permit pursuant to Article 16-5, standards of review, are as follows. 1, the project will not adversely impact the public health, safety, or welfare of the persons residing or working in the neighborhood. The project will not be detrimental, injurious, or incompatible to the property or improvements in the neighborhood. And finally, the project will not conflict with the purposes of the comprehensive plan of the town of Colonial Beach. The Planning Commission made all 3 findings as part of its resolution, as part of the resolution adopted in May. So the issue at hand, next slide, is for the council to consider the approval of conditional use permit 2401 for the applicant's proposed construction of a 400 square foot accessory apartment unit on their property. Next slide. The town council's alternatives for this project are to direct staff to advertise for a town council public hearing on the CUP to consider approving the project as presented tonight, or to direct the applicant to work with staff to revise their plans based on council feedback and return to council for further direction, or to remand the proposed project back to the Planning Commission for further consideration or changes based on council review and feedback. And next slide. Their fiscal impact, the approval of conditional use permit 2401 will add incremental revenue to the town's general fund through the development permit processing, as well as from future utility fees, increased property taxes by the proposed improvement on the property. Staff's recommendation is that the town council direct staff to advertise the conditional use permit for public hearing before the town council. And that concludes my presentation, and happy to answer questions. And again, Ms. Norris is here, the property owner is here.
Okay, so we're just asked to set a public hearing date for this. The soonest that can be set is for June 20th.
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor? Aye. We'll see you on June 20th. Yay. All right, Mr. Williams, pedestrian safety concern, Castlewood Beach and parking. Was anything provided on this? Am I supposed to review it? Am I supposed to review it? No, I don't have anything, right? Okay.
Yeah, I'm trying not to belabor this since we've been here a long time tonight. Just, I know that, council members can't really direct the town manager to do anything. It's only council direction to ever do things. So I wanted to bring one of the concerns that I've had as far as, it's been a while now, for safety is in Castlewood Park. This is just a picture of Castlewood Park. You can go to the next slide. Just to kind of point out that, even though Castlewood's been through a lot of different phases through its years, it's something that's, you can see even on social media, people are still appreciate it. Somebody posted about their grandchild got 107 likes, posted about, saving Castlewood. So just want to point out that the park's been there since the late 1800s, one of the oldest operating parks in the town. And it's just a little history. A few years back in 2020, they wanted to turn it into an entire parking lot, where that's one of the things that had been proposed by that council back then. A bunch of citizens got together and basically protested, brought it to council, and they actually rescinded the resolution. I think it was 2920 or something like that. And so basically the park was saved. The parking lot that had been put there had remained. And so one of the biggest reasons supposedly for potentially demolishing the park to begin with was pedestrian safety. And some of that was addressed back in 21 or 22. They put a fence around the park, and they upgraded the bathrooms and a few other things, and now we've got mulch in there. Probably probably 2 years ago, I talked to the town manager at the time, not Natasha, India, and the public works director, and asked them about a few of the safety concerns I had, and they had mentioned that potentially adding crosswalks and kind of addressing some of the other safety issues was something they were considering, but that kind of got dropped. You can go to the next slide. This is just a picture. If you're going around the point, which hundreds and hundreds of people do every year in this town, as you're driving around the point and you look immediately to your right, you see down the road, and that yellow arrow there is where the playground actually is hidden back in there. People go from the beach, they walk across the street, and then they go down this whatever area road to get to the playground. But what you're looking at right here, right now, is one side of the parking lot. The other side of the parking lot is completely open too, which we'll have another picture of that. One of the big concerns is there's no real organization to the parking lot. I think one side has at least 150 feet, linear feet of open access to the road, and then the bay side of it has probably another 200 feet. Just open lot. There's no real ingress or egress. There's no pathway to the bathrooms or to the playground or into the parking lot. There's no real organization. And this is just kind of showing you how cars haphazardly park in there if there's really no organization. Next slide. So some of the safety concerns that I've brought up, and as you can see here in this picture, there's prior to 2020, when the gravel lot was added, there was basically in the middle there a small roadway, and then cars would park in that area. Typically, it wasn't utilized a lot, but when really busy times would come, they would park all the way through there. And I guess that's when council said, well, let's just go ahead and make this a whole lot instead of, sort of organizing a little bit better. So 10,000 square feet of gravel, or I think it was actually 7,000 got added, so there's probably roughly 10,000 square feet there right now, up towards the top on the right-hand side. That's currently 2024. The boat launches, if you're, just to give everybody perspective, if you're standing on the point at the beach, you look down, you see the boat launch to your left, and then if you go a little bit further over, the beach would be on your right. So main safety concern is this is a big open lot with no organization. Cars can go from one side to the other. I see cars drive through there all the time. Passing through is basically as a road. There is parking there too for the park. That's what a couple of cars to the top. That's usually what it mostly gets utilized for. I did my own little informal study one time, and I estimated probably 90% of the time this lot sits empty. It's very heavily used during the summer months though, especially during like holidays. That's when it's free fall. So next concern would be there's no separation from the road to the parking. So it's wide open. And so when cars get in there, I've seen them park very organized. I've seen them block each other in the middle. I've seen them parked at all different angles. It just depends. Boats pull through there and block half the lot. So it's really kind of chaotic at times. And let's see, there's no crosswalks, and that's one of the concerns I have, and you'll see a picture shortly of that. There's no good way to get from the beach, which is to the bottom right. In this picture, you can't see it, but to the bottom right is where the beach is and how people walk through there. And then just it's a very high traffic area. Can't really tell from this picture so well, but there's two stop signs at the very end there. On the bottom, there's on the left-hand side picture, all the way up to the top, there's 3 roads that merge together that come into the park, or towards the park. And then the other side's the bay side. So traffic's coming from multiple directions. You got boats pulling off of the boat launch. You got tons of cars that park along the waterway. There's just almost zero organization to this whole mess here. Next slide. This is a lovely picture of what it looks like after a nice rain. And this kind of gives you a visual of what it looks like. It's wide open. In this picture, the park would be to the right, and then the beach area would be to the left. And if you look straight ahead, that's Monroe Bay. Used to be a beautiful place. You go and sit on the benches and you could see the water, and so many people would go there and watch the sunsets. And I mean, it does look a little better when it's not all wet like that, but it's definitely very unsightly. Next picture. Here's a sketch, I believe, that the mayor did several years ago, and kind of had proposed putting in crosswalks, and also putting like pier pilings in to kind of separate some of the parking spaces, and also had proposed putting some kind of vegetation on the right side of it, and then a couple of egresses and some beach or some parking towards the top left, I think. And you can't really see it that well, but there's crosswalks going from the beach across to the boat area, and then also all the way up through to get to the bathrooms in the playground. And then this is something that was presented to myself and other citizens prior to being a council member. We were told that the parking where it is where it would stay, which this picture doesn't really portray that like we were told. It actually looks like it extends it even more up to the fence line that's there now. And so we were also told that we could get grass parking. And I have seen some examples recently. Somebody told me about, they have this new stuff. It's kind of like, almost looks like a chain link fence kind of thing. It's green and it just sits over the ground. It holds the ground together, but you can plant grass in there and it grows just fine. So that's something to think about for the future. But my main reason for bringing this to council is the safety concerns. Next picture. Here's some of the suggestions that I have. Adding the three crosswalks that were in the original sketch of the park and parking lot. Create entryways and exits so that people can get in and out safely while they're driving in their cars, and pedestrians that are walking up that streets. I've seen so many people just walking on the streets and cars coming from multiple, like 5 different directions. Very unsafe. Let's see. And also, I'll show you another picture of where the crosswalks would be, but also not expand the park any further. Like I said, it sits probably 90% of the time empty. So I think the parking's sufficient, and the citizens, agreed that they were stuck with the parking lot, even the ones that didn't want to keep it. So, but adding walkways to get to the playground would be definitely help with the safety issues that are a big major concern right now. Hundreds of people walk through there all the time, especially during the holidays. And let's see, that was the biggest thing, and just the fact that it's one of the oldest parks in town. And my point is, I'm not saying council will go ahead and spend a bunch of money, maybe have it looked at. But the main point is, we just voted to spend $90,000 on Eleanor Park to put in benches that somebody raised money for. If we can't afford to at least make this safe, a park, not only that it's only park in town that I know of that actually generates revenue for the town. Citizens have questioned in the past whether it's even legal to have paid parking in a park, but that was added years ago, and it's a done deal. But at least take into consideration the fact that it does generate thousands of dollars for the citizens through parking, paid parking. And it provides a huge aesthetic, because people drive around the point continually all throughout the summer. And first thing they see when they get around that point is that ugly parking lot and unsafe one. I think there's one more slide. And then these are the biggest concerns to me, is getting the crosswalks in if possible. And then also a pathway to get to the park. And then if we could get some kind of separation from the street so that it's not all open and it has some kind of ingress and egress. I think that could be a very minimal cost to the town. Through peer pilings and some sort of organization to at least get the lot organized. And so that's the reason why I brought this to council, is because, like I said, I can't bring anything like this to the town manager. And council would have to direct the town manager if anything was to ever get addressed with this. So that's why I'm bringing it. That's it. Any questions?
Mr. Wood, I saw his hand.
I've got a question for Mr. Rucking to see if we can kind of truncate this thing, because the crosswalks, if we own the roads there, correct? We have access.
We maintain the roads there.
We need to maintain. So putting the crosswalk there would not be a particularly heavy lift at all, would it?
Yes, I will say, be careful about this question, because I think all of this is a little bit tricky, because we had a request from downtown Colonial Beach to add 2 crosswalks on Washington Avenue as well.
Okay.
So
the issue with crosswalks is
Okay.
crosswalks have to be ADA compliant, and they have to have landings on both ends. If you have no landings on both ends, not Castlewood, because there are no sidewalks to tie into.
I had wonderful aspirations with the diagram that was presented. What happened was a town manager dumped gravel on that parking lot. Council was not approving of that. That did not come to council when it happened, and then we were trying to mitigate. And I'm very proud of that drawing, and I do hope it looks like that one day as we talk about budget needs. you know, we obviously have to make priorities in these things, but this may rise to the level of a CIP item, David.
And that was
Madam
my,
Mayor?
I'm sorry.
This is really taxing my memory, but I remember it vividly. And I thought that at the time, it was several town managers ago and several mayors, well, one mayor ago, and I thought that council actually approved some money to implement the design that you came up with, and it never happened.
They approved some funds, but I think it only went as far as to do the border, fix the landscaping that was there, do the bathrooms and do the fencing. And that's amount of money with like, that's how far that went. Yeah, it was gone.
It's close to $30,000.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I recall, was $30,000.
That money did the fence and the rehab of the bathroom, and it was gone.
And the bathrooms are beautiful, it's a wonderful bathroom.
It's
The
a much
bathroom
nicer
rehab and the brand new fence. And the fence was laid out to the design.
So I do have a question for Chris. Just to paint a white crossing on the road, you have to have an AD and landing on either side to slow down traffic? That doesn't make sense.
If you put a crosswalk, it has to have landings, it has to be ADA compliant. You do not have any ADA compliant stuff. Sorry. To put crosswalks in, it has to end at a landing.
So if some of our neighbors that did this on 12th Street or 7th Street were to go out there and spray paint slow down in the middle of the road? I mean, seriously.
I can put slow, I can put slow, and I can put a stop bar in, but if I put a legitimate crosswalk in, the crosswalk has to have a ADA compliant landing on the other side.
So you could put a bump in?
I could put a slow down and
Okay.
a slow and a barbed wire.
Before we go any further on this, I want to make sure that Public Works is funded for the next fiscal year. Okay, and then we can work on where some of that funding can go in this. I think, you know, instead.
I know, I mean, the way those roads come together and people come flying around the curve at Irving, headed right across to, like, if they didn't slow down, they go right into the drink at the boat launch, right? And then they come to those multiple places to cross, and some of those, the sides don't have stop signs and others do. And it's like people that get to the stop signs don't quite stop because they think they can make it by before this next car comes down Monroe Bay Avenue or comes out of Dockside. Is there any creative thing you can do to help with that wouldn't cost us any money?
Well, might I suggest, okay, and it's great question, but we don't want to put a man in the trick bag, especially to notice what his funding is going to be.
I'll have to get back to you on that.
Okay, but it sounds as if, to me, first of all, it's a great idea, thank you for bringing it to council this week. And it sounds like we can do something, even if we don't make perfect the enemy of good. But we have this great director of public works, so I'm sure he's gonna get back with us with a great idea. But yeah, we don't wanna say anything that makes sense.
I will say the idea originated from the fact that there were funding issues at the time and that parking revenue was something to be looked at capitalizing on instead of doing a meals or lodging tax rate increase or real estate tax rate increase. And that consolidating the two parts, Castlewood and Eleanor, which are not that far from one another, was a budgetary line. I mean, that was why it was brought up, was in order to try to meet some of these constraints. And it was a proposal by the town manager at the time. And, you know, wanted to try to meet those needs. And that's where that came from. And I just think it's okay to say that, and that maybe that we also should appreciate that in the time we are today in talking about our budget needs now and wanting to create and also in maintaining facilities, and that if it was, I think the concept at the time, you know, was that if it was parking, it would create more revenue, and we would then only be maintaining one park facility, right? To your point of saying, we're gonna do this, and should we be doing it twice over, right? Right? down the road. And that's exactly the conversation that was happening at council at that time. It's all kind of, I don't know, serendipitous maybe that it's happening again, because it's a lot of the same conversation. But ultimately, when the community wanted to save that particular playground and not consolidate that and not add that additional revenue, and we were dealing with the fact that the town manager already put a bunch of gravel over there, we were making the best we could with what we had. And that's a lot of what the town does on a regular basis. Yes, Mr. Allison.
So one of the things that personally we could do is add to the CIP to address those things, but we need to come up with a plan, and kind of like how the conversations with Eleanor is, we come up with a phased approach and do the safety items like Mr. Williams said, and maybe work towards beating the goal of what that means. So where we're not putting a CIP that for 2025, we're putting $90,000 down, we're putting 10, 20, whatever how it lays out, but we do it in a phased approach that where we can meet the goals, right? Like maybe fix the parking lot so that there's a border there so people can't just pull out any areas, or put in a crosswalk with specifically to the beach, to that parking lot, so there is access, or a blinking flashing light at the corner there, so when people are coming around the corner, you know, they at least have something that says, you know, corner ahead or
Pedestrians
something,
crossing or
right?
something.
So I think we just need to come up with a plan to identify those items that we need to address, and then kind of figure out for the future how we address those within the budget. You know, and those could be, you know, like your one-time cost things, right? So you're fix the parking lot first, do this next, do this next.
I mean, my point is that we put $90,000 in Eleanor Park, which wasn't really even an established usable park. It was a piece of land. But we left the parking lot kind of sitting there as a kind of a safety hazard for Castlewood. So my point is we need to address safety concerns before we address benches in a park. To me, that's a priority.
I don't think that's a fair assessment when we had the turnout that we had for Eleanor Park and the identification of people requesting those things from our community. The only person that's requesting the Castlewood stuff is so far as you.
No, we had a bunch of people sign letters and protest, and it was to the point where they overturned that resolution to destroy Castlewood Park.
Understood,
So
and that was how many
the
years ago?
community showed up.
How many years ago was that?
That's how slow this town moves.
I understand, but my point is, since that's happened, there hasn't been anybody that's come and said, we need to do this
Well,
or petition this.
because some improvements have been incrementally made, as you have pointed out in the presentation. And I think there can be continue as we can manage small incremental improvements. Yes, Dr. Sotelo.
What did I can't remember, what did our parks plan that we had, the park study and the parks plan, what did that say about Castlewood?
I think all this discussion should revolve back to the plan, you're right. And in order to have that incorporated and then make it into CIP item, it really should be brought up at the annual strategic retreat or at the planning commission level to get on the CIP. And those planning tools then help guide these fundings for years to come.
I find it absolutely ridiculous that in a rural community where there are no sidewalks, you can't put in a pedestrian crosswalk, designate one. There've got to be exceptions somewhere for that. That is just ludicrous that you can't put a crosswalk.
I'm not telling you that.
No, I'm just saying, I'm making my statement. It's just absolutely ludicrous. It's like, it's like, we're 135-year-old.
So So to be that, though, any road under 25 miles an hour, you can cross at any point. Because they say the speed limit is so low that you can cross there, which is basically what's been happening. Let's be honest, hundreds of people do go to this area, and that is exactly what they do.
And we all have what we can't believe is possibly true, but many times it really is. Okay, I can't believe I'm actually 67 years old, but it really is. But so as opposed to trying to win an argument, let's go with our expert here in the field and have him come back with us after we get this budget stuff done, okay? Which is, hopefully, we're gonna get that done. But let's Chris come back to us with some ideas, and then we can all sit and talk about, I agree with Mr. Williams, it would be nice to make it a safer place. So let's not make perfect the enemy of good, and have Chris come to us with some suggestions, and then we can go from there,
Sure.
you know?
That's fair.
I agree. I walked the park yesterday with Mr. Williams' brother, 45 minutes. And yeah, there's definitely improvements. It's ugly. It does need some aesthetics. So I think that I agree with the vice mayor to say that, you know, we should definitely address that strategic planning meeting, retreat. And yeah, think of maybe some solutions that we can maybe do in the meantime. The one thing I was trying to look at my town council phone. Councilman Wood, we went to the elementary high school. There's crosswalks there. But there's no, so they're illegal crosswalks because there's no ramp there, the other side.
School.
On the school side there is, but the other side, there's no sidewalk.
So on the school side, there is a landing on the other side that just ties into the road. It's not,
The person's
it's really not right.
So can we, we get in trouble with the state of Virginia VDOT if we did it?
I'm gonna do some more.
Okay, awesome, thank you.
Okay. Next topic, downtown business.
5 years, we'll be back here.
That's it. Welcome to local government.
All
right.
We may have a couple crowds.
Downtown business parking?
Let's see, hold on a second. Find my notes. Main thing with the downtown parking, I was just approached by a local business, and I guess the biggest concern is, their biggest concern is the Sunflower, where they're located is kind of an awkward spot there. But they brought up a bunch of people were getting tickets one day in the back part, which wasn't even an actual paid parking, it was just free parking. And so that got us into discussion about town parking. And one of their big concerns was like business owners and employees not having a place to park when they come to work. And that's why I was gonna ask Adam tonight, I'd sent him an email. Do we have, our business owners, I think it said online, business owners could get a parking pass. Does it have to be the owner of the property or?
So currently the way it works is you purchase the $100 parking pass, you have to be a property owner. Or you have to live in the town and pay personal property tax.
Okay.
If you live in town and pay personal property tax for that vehicle, your parking is considered free or paid for.
Okay. All right.
But to purchase the $100 pass, you have to own property.
Own property, okay, got it. So anyway, their concern was just, and I don't know if council at some point can address this, but I just wanted to bring it to council. That and just possibly discussing what we discussed last year, the voucher thing again, possibly. I don't think all businesses are impacted. I contacted a few, Pink Poodle, they said they really didn't have too much concern because their customers let them walk in and there's quick turnover.
Weren't they just located on the opposite corner of the street and still had no parking lot there?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and I think the big thing is there's new owners, not new owners, but more owners there, like a partnership, and they come in and they don't have a place to park and get tickets, and then their employees. So I thought maybe I'd just mention that to the council, that the business owners struggle with parking for themselves and their employees. That's one concern they raised. But then I started reaching out to some other businesses, and they had concerns about signage. They've been apparently on the town for years to get signage. It's very confusing. According to the, one of the ladies, Marianne Berry from the beach shop, she said she had concerns, a lot of concerns about the parking. And I asked if she thought maybe some kind of a meeting where the public, the businesses could get together and actually bring to us their concerns and discuss it. We did a little bit of that during the parking survey, but so the way it sounds, that a lot of that stuff didn't get hashed out. Also, some concerns brought up about the municipal lot being free because it, I can't remember, like in Hawthorne and also Irving, they questioned why that was free. We talked about that last year, but we didn't. We said we're going to phase things in because the contractor suggested making that a paid lot. But we just said, India said we were just going to phase it in, so we never did make a paid lot. Those are just a few of the things I wanted to bring up to council. That's it. And hopefully we can have some kind of a meeting and maybe even have some discussion we had with Dooley as far as bringing parking back to the forefront, since it's a big issue in this town, and maybe get some more input from the businesses, make the signage more friendly. Poor Marianne said that she's been trying for 10 years to get the signage correct so that, you know, she said it's 7 feet above the ground, people can't see it, people are constantly getting tickets and confused and upset, and they don't want to come back after their experience here. So anything we can do as a town to kind of address their concerns and make them a little happier and would be nice. So that's all I have to say. Anybody has any questions or any comments? That's good.
I guess the only comment I would have is, since we're sending the parking stuff back to the planning commission, could we ask the businesses that you said that have the issues to go to the planning commission meeting to address their concerns with the parking, and then they can potentially tie some of that into the parking stuff so we can review it that way? And that kind of fits, unless anybody else has.
I'm not sure, would that be appropriate, Mr. Dooley, since it's, because the parking ordinance is really just about setting up new parking and stuff, but you think that the planning commission would take public feedback on that as well?
I think we can work it in. If we have specific issue that we want to address with it, yes.
Okay, and what meeting would that be? I'll let the businesses know.
I think we need to, first of all, I need to get the basic feedback from everybody, and we can add this and perhaps we can have a discussion on that and figure out a timeline. I need to put it into workflow to do this. So I would tell you in the coming months, but certainly this year.
I will say there's always opportunity to think creatively or about the parking solution, since that study said that there is enough physical spaces that are just not being utilized in the best ways. One of the things that Sunflower could do would be maybe to create a coalition with the church across the street and say, if we give a donation, can we park our employee vehicles in the back? Or the rescue squad building has a lot of parking at it, and it's less than a block away. And I think the key to the parking concerns that I've listened to these concerns for a long time, and we have made a lot of outreach with them. I have personally sat in at least half a dozen public parking meetings with business owners, targeted to business owners downtown. Had a lot of discussion about that, was though how to collaborate on the parking issue. And it's not so much that there's not a space, it's just not exactly in front of your door anymore.
Exactly.
And that you have to walk a half a block, and that 50 feet is a part of the walkability of downtown and the fullness of downtown. And that if we did provide a space in front of every door, we would be a parking lot and not a downtown.
Would that be something else to address, like the businesses within, like the chamber, and how they, EDC and those type of connections where businesses can work?
Yeah, I'll
with
talk to
businesses, kind of stuff?
EDC about attending the planning commission's parking meeting. And I think businesses that are ever thinking about expanding and that parking ordinance could apply to them should really be looking at that ordinance and what it means to them.
One question, is there reasons, maybe somebody can tell me, we never really considered, like, employees or business owners to have parking passes? Like, allow the business to buy a few or anything like that? Because like Adam said, it's just property owners, so you could own a business here, but be leasing the property and not qualify even.
I thought we had expanded it to business owners. Yes, Dr. Zulkala.
I think, Robin, you hit the nail on the head because a lot of these businesses want parking for their employees right there in front of their shop. The Hawthorne lot, the municipal parking lot, was purposefully left so that businesses downtown, that's less than 2 blocks from this place that you're talking about. It's less than 2 blocks from most of the businesses in downtown. And their employees might have to walk 2 blocks when they come to work and walk back. If they don't want to take up those spaces that are free on North Irving that are right there, if they're keeping those for their customers, because there are free spaces right there beside it that they could, direct their employees to park in. But I think it's a matter of, talking with your employees and coming up with a plan. It's like, look, you can park here, 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 and here for free, and it's less than 2 blocks to get to work. So there has to be some give and take on both sides. Lord knows when I was growing up and working in downtown Fredericksburg, I had to walk 6 blocks to get to work because it's building on building on building with no parking, anywhere near, except for the municipal lots, which were free then. But I think we have such a convenient small town that our expectations are a little bit high sometimes.
And I'll ask the EDC to give some more input.
Thank you.
Okay, is there anything else? With that, I make a motion to adjourn at 11 PM. We are out before midnight tonight. Oh.
My 20 years next Saturday.
Oh, okay.
Next meeting.
Too late. I want one. Can I have one?
Oh,
Yes.